Okay, so I'm getting ready to live stream and record this. Oh, man, I should have got a manicure. Or at least wash my hands after I cleaned the horse's foot. Oh, I don't even care. Okay, well, today, besides doing a little more on the history of hoof care and how your foundation and what you're taught as the foundation of hoof care, where it came from, who thought of it, whether their ideas were correct or not, how their research was. And then that becomes like a foundation and a doctrine and a dogma in these colleges and in different hoof care circles and stuff like that. And then, so if that is what you learned, like what I did, when uh, I learned that this was the foot every horse should have from the barefoot movement, um, then that's going to reside in your head, and that's what you're going to base everything on. But what if that's not true? See? So anyway, so we're going to talk about that stuff. I want to talk about the fact that horses have a heel buttress and that they have heels that actually have some length and some depth. And I'm hoping that by the time I'm done today, showing you an example with my carrots, and then I'm going to feed them to my horse because he loves carrots, that you'll understand how important the heel buttress is and that something else is going on. Something else is going on with the way they name these things. Like when we think of the heel buttress, we're thinking of, well, uh-oh, we are thinking of this little piece right here. Just a second. I have to hold on. I'm going to pin this. Just a second. Pin. There we go. Okay, we are thinking of, got a little bit of a mess here. Let me get a pencil or something to point with. Ah, here we go. Eh. Okay, so we're thinking of this piece. Okay, this piece right here, this little triangular piece here. And you see how small it looks right here. But this little triangular piece is called the heel buttress. And I'm going to get a picture up here to show you. Just a second here. Let's see. Okay, let's look at this here. Let me get the annotate going. Okay, so here most of the hoof capsule's been removed, and this was a wild horse foot, and this is a foot that you can find on Pete Ramey's page. But again, Pete Ramey had that image of Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse foot with no heels put in his head, like I did. And so I'm not sure he really sees what's going on here because this is not the way the people are trimming. They're trimming to get this 30-degree hairline like that. Once that image is put in your head, it's really hard to get rid of it. And so then you could even be looking at a foot like this and you are not seeing the reality of what is really there. Okay, because what is really there is, here's the cornet band. It's straight, and look how wide is it? It's, see, now it's a little jammed up right here, but it's no wider than that all the way around to between, well, towards the bulbs there. And so from under here, you have this heel buttress that supports the back. Look how that grows from underneath there. How cool is that? And so that, and then it attaches to the back of the heel. And we want to look at this heel. See, horses have very defined heels. Okay. His heel, oh, I could have done it in red. Wait a minute. Let me go back. Let's do it in red. His heel That's his heel, and it's very defined. You see that? It's very defined. And so then the back of the coronary band goes back here and turns around the foot, and it is not to be any wider than this. That's as wide as it gets, even in the bulb area, unless the heels get trimmed out. And then what happens is it pulls the back of the foot down, but a lot of times this cartilage and the bulbs will stretch back up and the periopal skin will grow. Like you could have a heel that's only about that high, and the periopal skin would be this thick right here. And that's when you see what looks like really big bulbs and a lot of bulb skin on the back of a horse's foot. So, okay, so the heel buttress, as it's called, okay, don't know who named it. I know that uh, Bracy Clark named the frog stay and the periopal band, which was formerly called a frog band. Let me, I gotta do something else here. Hold on. Let me clear all this drawing. Uh, let me make this bigger so you can really see it here. Okay. Just a second. And of course I'm lost. Where are we? Okay, there we go. Okay, let's kind of go through this again. You know, it hurts now. The whole foot goes up like this, up like that, down like this. So this would be the whole entire foot here. And so everything above the hairline that I have marked here, I just messed up. Just a minute. There we go. Uh, Now you can't really see the bottom of the foot right here because it's nestled in this convex little ridge of sole. Okay, but it's under there. Okay, now here is the coronary band. Now it kind of gets pushed up right there. Like they do a lot of times in the toe quarters because they wear the toe quarter the least. A horse breaks over on this part of his foot the least. He's usually going from side to side to reach over to get a bit of grass here and there, or backwards and forwards. So this part of the foot is simply an area they wear the least. That's all. Okay, let me undo that there. Okay, so you see that this heel is very defined there. Here's the back of the heel, and of course under here is the sole corium. Under here is this, and the sole corium lips up over the foot a little bit, kind of like that. Okay, so the heel buttress, which is back here, grows from under here, about like that. Now the wall itself, of course, it grows from the top here down, okay, like that. This part of the wall would be the coronary grand groove, grows down, joins up with the sole right here. And then you have what you call your white line that's really yellow. And the reason they call it the white line is because the actual lamina of the hoof wall is white. But then the sole injects this yellowish glue, which can turn gray as well, into the lamina of the hoof wall. And then the hoof wall and uh, and the glue lamina on this that glues it to the sole They grow down to the ground together, like so. Okay, and then, of course, the sole dies about here, but the wall can continue to grow past the sole. Okay, so let's see, what color should I pick for the heel buttress? Well, we'll just do blue. Okay, so the heel buttress starts growing here, and some of this is periopal. Not all of it's heel buttress here. And it grows right here, connected to the back of the heel, connected to the lamina and the back of the heel, and then it grows down like this. And so it really is about like so. Now, it would grow just like this and look like that. Now, all this is a periopal right here. Yeah, where am I at? Just a minute. Okay. This is periopal right here. Um, now, so your heel buttress grows down like that. But, okay, this horse was a wild horse. Now just a minute here. Let me undo this. But now if we look here, we can see that his heel kind of goes in like that a little bit. It's worn a little bit in like that. And push just a little bit forward here. Not much. About like so. That doesn't mean we should trim it like that. This is just the natural result of the horse walking and movement and things like that. So that heel buttress is connected here. Here it connects with the sole, and then they grow down to the ground together. Now, I'm not sure exactly. I know it does this heel. I'm thinking of my horse that I just looking at. This heel buttress, from what I can see, starts about here. Okay, now it would be like this, straight. But again, because of movement, it will naturally slightly get pushed forward. And we want to remember that when we start looking at the truth of the heel buttress today and how all of this is configured in order to prevent the heel from being able to push forward too far. Because if the heel buttress uh, is able to push forward like this, what it's going to do is it is going to see. I wish this stupid thing worked in a different way. What it's going to do is it's going to pull the back of the foot down eventually like that as the heel collapses forward. So so the buttress and what they call the bar, okay, uh they're to work in a certain way so that the heel does not run forward. And all the back of this foot has to be configured exactly right. Anything different from what is anatomically correct, which is about as close as you get right here, is an adaptation to distortion. And when horses are in the wild and they have to travel a little too much, they're going to wear their heels down. They could go through a situation where when they were born, they were in a drought and they just never, were able to grow any correct heel. That could happen too. Or they just got old and wore their heels out. But ideally, this is how their heels are. This would be their heel buttress. So, let me undo this here. So, like when I think about uh, a horse's foot and the hoof capsule and how it's supposed to fit and how everything works, I'm thinking according to what little I know about structural engineering principles. And while I have never been trained as a structural engineer, I worked on in construction and building houses, and I've built many things. And being a woman, I've had to do a lot of things by myself. And so I've learned to use different tools to help me leverage things and move things um, because I don't have the strength, right? And so you got to use more of your brain than your brawn, so to speak. And so in building things and fixing things and all this kind of stuff, maintenance on this house, like I pretty much remodeled our whole house here by myself, except for a guy, and this quite a while ago, a friend that I paid by the hour to help me at the time. Anyway, so when I'm thinking of this whole thing, I'm thinking in structure, how does stuff hold together? You know we don't like run forward heels, right? Okay, so the buttress, this buttress, what they call the buttress, and it is, but you're going to find out there's more to it than that. And so I'm going to present this to you and see what you think. Okay, so um, I'm going to show you I'm going to show you some pictures of Valor's foot right now. So hold on here a second. Wait a second. Just a second here. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm going to show you how wide it, well, maybe I won't do that yet. No, I'm going to do the carrot demonstration first. Okay, so we're going to do, I have to go get a knife though, because we're going to cut up some carrots to uh, explain how these buttresses work. I know that sounds crazy, but I'll be right back. So hold on just a minute. Let me put on another thing here for you to look at. What do I want you to look at here? Oh, okay. I know what I want you to look at. Just a second here. Okay, hold on. Oh, here we go. I want to show you this here. Just a second. Okay, just a second. Share, because this is what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about a thing called a flying buttress. And you're going to see in the foot how um, there's actually two different kinds of buttresses in the foot, come to find out. And we're going to demonstrate this by this carrot principle here. So just a second here. Let me find a good picture. Well, here, I'm just going to put this up. I'm going to go get my knife. Just a second here. Let's see. Share. Okay, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I'm going to read you this thing about a buttress before we go on. Just a minute here. Okay. 10 examples of buttress styles. Okay, because this is what the heel buttress is named after. It's named after an architectural support system. Okay, so key takeaways: buttresses from flying to angle help keep heavy stone walls from falling over. Now, you may not think of a hoof capsule as a heavy stone wall, but I want you to think about what's inside the hoof capsule, which is a 1,200-pound horse or more. And all that weight comes down into that one little foot. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard about how they figure out how much weight is actually on the little piece of a woman's high heel. See, all your weight gets pushed down and then onto that heel, and it's magnified like, I don't know, 100 times or something like that. And so it's the same with the horse. The weight coming down inside that hoof capsule at any given time can be tremendous. And so, uh, so even though it's not a building, all right, it's housing and supporting uh, the weight of the horse times 10. Okay, so it says famous buildings like Notre Dame used flying buttresses to allow for big windows and tall walls. Today, architects use buttresses for decoration in modern buildings like the Liverpool Metropolitan Cathedral, which is really ugly. Okay, so anyway, a flying buttress. A buttress is a structure built to support or reinforce the height of a masonry wall. Buttresses counteract side thrust, that is lateral force, so the walls don't fall out, preventing a wall from bulging or buckling by pushing against it. Transferring the force to the ground. That's important to remember, transferring the force to the ground. Buttresses can be built close to an exterior wall or built away from the wall. The thickness and height of the wall and weight of the roof may determine the design of a buttress. In this case, this would be the roof of the internal of the hoof capsule, which is molded to the bottom of the dome of the foot. The bottom of the horse's foot is more like a dome. Um, the horse does not have an arch in the quarters, but he does have a dome shape underneath his foot, which we'll look at here in a little bit. Okay, so, and then all that weight coming down from that foot. Okay, buttresses can be built close to an exterior wall or built away from a wall. The thickness and height of the wall and weight of the roof may determine the design of the buttress. Owners of stone homes, no matter the height, have realized the engineering advantages and architectural beauty of the flying buttress. See how they work and how they've evolved. So, flying buttresses in Notre Dame Cathedral. Okay, that's where you'll see. That's what this is. These are right here. These are flying buttresses. So you have a pillar here, which is also called a buttress, but then connected to that buttress is this, what they call the flying buttress here. And so this holds up the wall of the cathedral over here. And of course, you could walk underneath here. Okay, buildings made of stone are structurally very heavy. Even a wood roof atop a tall building might add too much weight for the walls to support. Again, what is on in that hoof? A whole horse once you go up that leg. See, lots of weight. Okay, one solution is to make the walls very thick at street level, but this system becomes ridiculous if you want a very tall stone structure. The Dictionary of Architecture and Construction defines buttress as an exterior mass of masonry set at an angle or bonded into a wall, which it strengthens and supports. Before the invention of steel frame construction, exterior stone walls were structurally load bearing. They were good at compression, but not so good with tension forces. And believe you me, when it comes to the horse being inside that foot, you have a lot of tension going on. Okay, the buttress often absorbed the lateral thrust from the roof bolts. Again, the bottom of the horse's foot is like a vault. Okay. Um, it says buttresses are often associated with great cathedrals of Europe, but before Christianity, the ancient Romans built great amphitheaters that sat thousands of people. Height for the seating was achieved with arches and buttresses. One of the greatest innovations of the Gothic area was the flying buttress system of structural support. Attaching to the external walls, arched stone with was connected to huge buttresses built away from the wall, as seen on the French Gothic Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, France. This system allowed the builders to construct soaring cathedrals with massive interior spaces while allowing walls to exhibit expansive stained glass windows. Elaborate pinnacles added weight, which allowed the buttress to carry even more lateral thrust from the exterior wall. So you got to understand, when a horse is moving, there's tremendous support of lateral thrust going out. And so that foot is, and that capsule is made to sustain the tremendous weight and movement. It's like running an earthquake, people, pretty much. All right. So anyway, here's an example of buttresses. Now over here, you have, this is also called a buttress, by the way. It's a pillar, but then connected to it. See, now they used to just put the buttress up against the wall. It was a solid buttress. We'll see a picture of that. And then they invented this, which, gave it a nice aesthetic touch, right? And so this is what this isn't just there for looks. These were there to hold the walls up. Okay, so that is a flying buttress. Let me go back here. Now, oh, did I lose my place? Nope. Eh, well, I think I lost that article. No matter. We're going to look at some of these buttresses here. Just a minute here. Okay, so there's some examples, but I wanted you to see the original buttress that they used. Okay, right here. Here's a good one. Just a minute here. I might have taken some pictures. Just a minute. Oh, no, I didn't. Here. Just see. Save image because I want to enlarge it so you can see it. So, uh, eh. Okay. Now this was a buttress. Notice the shape, kind of triangular-ish. Okay, they weren't always like that though. Sometimes they could just be thicker and up against the wall. Okay, so that is a buttress. So what they did was they took these, they pulled them away from the wall over here to make a pillar, and then they added an arch up
Did you do
against the
did you
wall.
did you do a new share?
Oh, sorry. Okay, there you go. Okay, so these are buttresses as well. And so we'll look at some more. Now, see how they're up against the wall to hold the wall up? And so, and they could be like you see them here, they're wider at the bottom than they are at the top. But I've also seen them where they were the same width all the way up and then just had kind of a fancy top on them was all. So like a pillar up against the wall. So so these help the wall stay up, basically. Okay, so just a second here. Let me see if I can find some others. Oh, well, here's some fancy ones. Let's see. Okay, let me do a new share just a minute. Okay, well, these are, of course, these are flying buttresses. Now this is a really elaborate one because here you have the pillar that used to be up against the wall. They used to just put them up right against the wall. But in this case, this is Westminster Abbey, by the way. Okay, in this way, you have the pillar here, which is a buttress in and of itself. Okay, but then connected to the buttress is this arch that goes up and then connects to the wall. And you can see here that they have several. They got one here. Well, how many do they have? They have one, two, three. Three. So yeah, one, two, three, holding up the side of that wall. And of course, if you ever seen the inside of there on TV, it's massive with, I mean, the ceilings go clear up to here. Huge. That's where the kings of England get coronated and all that. So let's see here. Okay, share. Do, 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 do. Oh, I don't want to subscribe. Okay, this gives you another example of what it's like. So here you have this buttress here used to just be up against the wall, and then they come up with this idea. Okay, so this is a buttress, and what's this? This is a buttress. How about that? Okay, so I want to talk about we're going to go back to the horse's foot here, just a second here. Um well, just a second because I need to go find that foot again. Hold on. I think I closed it out. Just a second. See now, why would we even go through all this? Because to have more understanding. See, this is the whole thing. Okay, I don't want you just blindly following me. Okay, you got people now talking about all these hoof groups and how everybody just follows blindly. Well, they don't really follow blindly. What it is they have been led to think they see, to think they understand. Just like I thought I understood when I kept trying to put that one dead wild horse rear foot on my horse for 9 years. Okay, even though I was seeing this, I'd seen this other foot, I used it as an example, everything like that. I did not truly know about the heel buttress until 2016 when I was doing a detailed. Why? Because I'm trying to fix my horse, okay, and give him those rock crunching feet they said I should have overnight by just taking the heels back and doing a Mustang roll, turned into 9 years. Now he improved at first because his feet had been allowed to so splay out and get huge by the farrier. So then when I started trimming him, his feet tightened up, got smaller to where they were probably just about right. But then I kept going. See, if you keep going and taking down the heels and doing the toe and doing this, capsule gets smaller and smaller. So you can go to a big foot to a small foot. You can go from a big foot to horse is good, sound, doing good, but then you keep trimming them and then they start getting tender-footed and funny on rocks and all this. And of course, what are you going to blame it on? Diet. Yep. That's exactly what they started doing. Okay, so just a minute here. Looking for my thing here. Okay, internal foot. I had to remember what I was looking for. A inner foot. There we go. Okay, so we're going to look at that foot some more. Just a second here. Share. And I use this foot because it's really the only foot. See, people are always asking us for examples of a good foot. Yeah, all right. The only real good feet I've seen are usually on wild horses or in old paintings before the 1700s or on the Greek reliefs in Athens and Rome. All right. Since 1750, horses have been so mutilated and crippled. And of course, it's slow and they adapt, and you don't even know they're going lame till one day you come out and it's what happened there, you know? And so this is that same horse's foot. Make sure I'm sharing the right thing here. Um, so let's take a look at that. Okay, so the hoof capsule, see, he removed the hoof capsule like this. Now look at that sole. Now what I want you to see here is the internal. This here forms the bottom of the foot. Okay, and like right here, it's more like a dome, but it's higher on this side than it is on that side. Okay, and again, look at the coronary band. Now, this coronary band, it may look like it's pulled down here, but it's really not pulled down. When you take these feet out of the capsule, the back of the foot will relax and kind of fall down because that is how much it needs this buttress here and this whole part of the foot to support the back of that foot up where it's supposed to be. Okay, so there it is again. Again, here they call this the buttress. And okay, so here's like that external, okay, the external, let's say this is the cathedral right here, and this is the buttress that butts up against the wall of the building. Now, the building is the horse himself, okay, and the feet are his foundation. And so this buttress butts up against his foundation and holds up the back of the foot. Now, the thing about it is that I found out was you have to have this buttress to support this wall. Without the buttress adding firm support to the wall, it will bulge out. It will uh, push forward. It will kind of be all over the place. I've got pictures of it. When I was trimming Valor's heels out, you take a frontal view, anterior view, whatever you want to call it, and it almost looked like his capsule was melting. But what it was trim the heel buttress out. There's no stability for the wall. Get it? Okay. So, all right. So we go back here. So, so this buttress here has that wall attached to it and it stabilizes the wall. And it has to be at a certain length and a certain angle. Like it has to be at a length that covers the whole back of the foot here and attaches to it because this is all cartilage. And so if the buttress is not attached correctly and at the right angle, and the buttress has to be at the angle of the foot. See, that's the heel. That's the angle of the heel. And even here, it might just be slightly pushed forward. Maybe not, maybe a little, but not really. This is a pretty darn good foot. And because, the inner foot can be deformed and people don't even know it. And so they would think that is the true anatomy because they don't realize that since, this whole foot is covered with skin, which is in and of itself its own container. And so anything I push on here, the skin containing it inside it's going to have an effect on how everything in there moves. So, because you can't just push here and have other parts pop out because they're covered with the skin containing them, just like the hoof capsule contains it. And then the skin of the leg and up here contains that as well. And so what you see here, he's skinned the leg. This part is skinned, it has no skin on it. These are soft tissues. Okay. But the foot, he did not skin the foot because he didn't know that skin, for one thing. They don't realize this skin is no different than this skin. This skin that was here, that he skinned off, grows hair. This skin here grows everything on the hoof capsule. Okay. And attaches it to it and all that. Okay, so these buttresses have to be uh at a certain angle, and they have to support the back of the foot and the cartilage. And then when they get to here, they have to remain growing so that the sole can grow, so that you can have some depth of sole. And again, you have to remember that the sole only grows so far before it dies off, and then that part can be exfoliated. But the hoof wall and the buttress is part of the wall. It can grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. Just like a person grows fingernails. You see these people that are in a Guinness Book of World Records for the longest fingernails. Or you see these horses um, where they've been stuck in a stall for 10 years and their feet come out and just curl around in circles, you know. They're not foundered. They just never got their feet trimmed. And so they grow out and then they grow forward and then they just start growing in some circles there. Okay. So, so now we understand the basics. Let's see. The basics of what this buttress is for. However, there's some interesting things I want to show you here, and I'm going to demonstrate it with carrots. Now, uh, let me go to just a second here. Stop share there. So stop share. Okay, now we're pinned on a page here. Okay, so let's see here. Make sure I got all this right. It looks kind of, yeah, okay. I think this will work. I wish it was a little clearer, but I think it'll be okay. Okay, so I want you to notice on this foot here. Now this is a foot, and of course the heels were somewhat contracted, but this is Holly Burns's horse, Lana, that she trimmed uh, with tack for, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years, something like that. And when she first started trimming this mare, I mean, she was really, really contracted. And so when the mare passed away, she was still contracted, but not as bad. And but she had grown in heel and enlarged the capsule, and the mare was sound, and she was having really a good time riding her and stuff like that. Then the mare got in an accident, trailer accident, and eventually had to be put down. And so then Holly sent me her feet. Okay, so when we look at the heel buttresses here on this mare, I want you to look at this piece here is the heel buttress. Now it doesn't look very big, okay, but it will come down on the side about to here. In fact, you can even see it even changes. You know how we've been talking about how it seems like the wall in the buttress is a little different than like the regular hoof wall? You can even see that here where it gets a little rougher. So that's really interesting. Now, okay, so that heel buttress goes from about here in reality, and then this is the back of it here, and then it would go over into, let's see here, right into here. So see, it's not as little as you think it is. when you look at it like this with just this little triangular point here. Okay, so but here's the thing. What is taught out there about the heel buttress? Let me see what I got going over here on some of these others. Okay, now this foot is very much overgrown, so you can't really tell. But I guarantee you, let's look at the back. The heel buttress is probably starts right here. So all of this is heel buttress in here and clear over into here. And this horse self-trimmed, this horse here. Okay, let me put this back here. But still, you're not going to see a big, huge area here at the heel buttress. Now, why is this important? Just a minute here. Let me see what else I got. Okay. Originally, uh, this horse also did not have what looks like a big buttress. Big buttress. Okay. Now I want to show you something. Hold on here. Because see, we're talking about people look at these feet and they give an interpretation to something or they see something, and sometimes that interpretation is not what is really going on. And the teaching that I want to uh, discuss is how you got a lot of people in the barefoot movement that will teach that the buttresses have to be big to be correct. I'm going to show you an example of that. Just a minute here. Let's see if I know where I'm going. Here, let's go back to here while I go find what I'm looking for. Just a second here, which is an article on heel buttresses. Oh, I might be able to find it and I might not. I might just have to show you a picture. Oh, yeah. Well, let me look up the wild horse foot and I'll show you what's taught. Just a second here. Do, 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 do. See, all I'm doing, I'm giving you my interpretation from what I observe. My interpretation could be right. It could be wrong. It could be partially right and partially wrong. Do you understand? That's all we're doing. That's all science is you observe things and then you interpret what you observe. So let's see here. Okay, just a second here. Well, okay. Well, we'll look here at this one. Just a second. Okay, share. Okay, so what is taught is that the bigger your buttress, the better your buttress. Okay, and so I would like to demonstrate how that might not necessarily be true. So just a second here, and to show you why that might not be true. So just a second here. Um, Hold on. Let me annotate something here. Okay, so here we can see here that this wild horse has worn its heels way down, and this would be like a horse in Nevada or something. Just because a horse wears his heels down doesn't mean that's what we ought to put on our horse. So this heel buttress, just a minute here. I am okay. This heel buttress. Well, I'm trying to get the right pin. Just a second. Okay. Okay. So this heel buttress goes like this. I got that disappearing pin again. Got to remember which one that is. That's pretty. That could be nifty. I didn't even know I had that till last week. Okay. So this buttress looks really big. You see the space in here? Okay. And of course, this horse has little to no heel. Okay, so I want you to remember that because on the foot I just showed you, uh, we don't have hardly any buttress at all. See? And there's a reason for that. Just a minute here. Clear that out. Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna cut up some carrots. I'm gonna show you something here. Uh, hold on. Okay, so we're back to here. Okay, okay, let's see here. Now, I made this thing here out of carrots. Okay, and what this is I made a wall, a buttress, and a bar here. And so you can see it there. There, this would represent like the hoof wall here. And then this would be the back of your heel. And then let me see, I might need some more light. Let's see if I can blind myself. Uh-uh. Yeah, I guess that's maybe from the side. Oh, wait a second. I just blinded myself because I haven't got nothing to hook this thing to. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, so you can see my buttress here. This would be under the back of the foot there, right there. And you see that it's like a chunk, like a little pillar, like so. So this is the bar. This would be the internal part that goes up on the horse's foot underneath. Okay, see this? That's the bottom of the horse's foot. And so it is like a dome right in here, like a dome. And this here would fit up under there like that, like that. Here. Okay. Anyway, now I what I found out when I made this, because what I do, I just held it together with toothpicks here. And so I wanted to see how it would react. Now, this part of the buttress, remember that in a buttress, you have the pillar, okay? And then in a flying buttress, you have not only the pillar, but then you have this arch, this arch. And what I'm telling you is that what they've been calling the bar is in reality more of an extension to the buttress to make it into a flying buttress. Because this part here is pretty much wedged up against the back of the coffin bone. See, the back of the coffin bone right here. Now, I need to do some stuff to get a coffin bone. Well, okay, I got this. So it's pretty much wedged up and aimed in. under here, right here in the back of the bone. So, so when the horse, now, uh, what I saw, because I would put my fingers on here just to feel, how does this feel right here? What happens? This bar, I'm convinced, at least partially, I don't know if that makes sense, that the purpose of the bar is to be a flying buttress that is wedged up against the coffin bone to keep the heel from pushing forward. And it's interesting that when I was like, this thing is so sturdy. It's really unbelievable how sturdy this thing is, made out of carrots. It kind of amazed me. And so this here, man, I mean, that is just, that will hold some weight there. And uh, when I do this and I push it forward against my thumb, it don't go nowhere. Like, but if it wasn't there, then you would have no stability in the back of your foot. So, I'm becoming convinced that the bar is not actually a bar, that it is a flying buttress. It looks just like one. Now here's what it would look like from below, you know, uh, because the bar angles out towards and it attaches into the back of the coffin bone here. So here would be the wall coming out around this way. And here is the flying buttress that is attached to the pillar or the buttress here, and then attaches into the back of the coffin bone right here. And this stabilizes the wall going around this way, but this stabilizes this buttress here and the heel that is attached to the back of the foot so that it doesn't push forward. Again, this is connected to the back of the foot or to underneath. See, I got it on the wrong side. This is be up against the foot here. This is the bar underneath, and here would be where it connects into the coffin bone. And like just taking this and pushing it like this, you can see how that would keep your heel from running forward, like so, and stabilize this as well as uh, just support the whole back of the foot. So I thought that was really interesting. Now, I want you to see the shape of the pillar buttress, the main buttress at the back. Okay. And I want you to see how see the angle of it right there. Okay. Now, if it was angled like this, you know what it'd do? It'd push forward like that very easily. But because it's got less of an angle, and because, you know, you've got this part of the buttress over here, there's not much of an angle. Therefore, it bears weight better and it does not just, if it was at a real bad angle, just push forward like that. See? Okay, so now I want to show you something about these carrots. The angle of the hoof capsule is vital. Okay? Look here at Holly's horse's foot. Look at the angles of the horn tubules here. Okay, you don't have them going like that. If you had them going like that, that's going to push the foot forward like that. It's going to push all these horn tubules forward. And again, look at how small the buttress seems to be, although we know that it goes clear over to here. Okay, now, if I take a carrot and I cut it straight, let's cut a carrot straight. Let's say this is our heel buttress. We're going to cut about 2 inches. Although I'm finding on Valor, his heels are going to be more than 2 inches, come to find out. Okay. Now, that there is how big the carrot is. See there, the straighter the carrot, the smaller the circumference. Now, let's say I cut this at an angle. Now remember, it stands like that. Here, let's do a different carrot here. Okay, I don't know what you call these kind of cuts, but this is a straight cut. If I could cut my carrot into chunks like this, or just like this, and we can line it up here, and they all stand up really nice. In fact, we could even just stand them one on top of the other, like so. Okay, but what happens if we cut our carrots at an angle? First of all, I'm gonna take this off here. You know how when you go into the Chinese restaurant and the carrots are not cut like this, right? The carrots are cut like, I'll just cut one here. The carrots are cut like that. Now, okay, this is a little thicker. Let me cut them the same width. There we go. Now here's just cutting the carrot straight. And here's what you have when you cut it at an angle. Well, it's the same thing for these heels because all that is a structural support. It's just a chunk of hoof wall. See this thing right here? If I cut it at an angle, it's going to look bigger. But in reality, it's not bigger. It's just been cut at an angle, just like this carrot. The carrot is not bigger. It's just cut at an angle. And so then, let's say I have 2 inches of hoof capsule. Let's get it up here. Okay. So now here would be my heel. My heel compared to this heel. See, the more you take the heels back, the more you make this part look bigger. But in reality, what you're doing is you're cutting these in a way that makes these horn tubules want to run forward, and they can't do anything but run forward. Yeah, I might turn my foot over and go, oh, wow, look at that nice big heel buttress. But in reality, this is the heel I've got, even if it's only this high. See now? Now what if I cut and does it want to stand up? No. See there? Now, of course, a horse's foot isn't perfectly straight, but it is way less angled. And when we look at the wild horses, the ones that we've collected, that is way less angled than this. Let's see, than that. And what this has to do with is, oh my gosh, it stood up just barely, is the weight bearing equilibrium of the horse up here to the capsule and pushing down the pressure, pushing down on the capsule. And so you don't want the horse with the weight distributed clear back here because that's just going to cause this to push forward more. This is not a good heel buttress. This would be better. Now we could cut this just a little to give it just a tiny bit of an angle. Just a minute here. Because there is a little bit of an angle to the back of the foot. Okay. Well, look, about did that good. So when I push down, okay, now you got to remember, you kind of, the weight of the horse kind of pushes forward. I can feel the weight that, a minute. I've still got pretty good weight there without it wanting to collapse. But anything more than that is going to be like this, very easily like this. See, not flush, you're going down like this. Let me get this again.
Linda, I'm sorry. I think you're a genius. I think I just got on the chat and I see your carrots. I just love it.
No, I'm a cook.
Fantastic. Just lovely. Lovely. Thank you.
That's why it takes a woman, my friends. But anyway, um, that's why we have to have heels that are well, not as high as the hoop wall, but like right now, Valor's got 2.5 inch heels about. And of course, they're not the right heels. Um, and he's got about a 3.5 inch dorsal wall. Um, and his periople covering the back of his bulbs is only as wide as my finger and crooked. You see that crook in my finger? Let me tell you how that happened. So I was riding this colt, you know, and I can't remember why I did it, but I reached up with my foot and slapped him. Not slap, like beat him or nothing like that. I think there was a fly or a big horse fly or something. So I reached up my leg, you know, to rub his shoulder to get that fly off. And I mean, he blew up. Okay. And he bucked me off. And all I was just barely holding on to the reins with my finger like that. And so he didn't run away. And I was on the ground. And ever since, my finger's been crooked like that. I just thought that was funny. Well, actually, I think I did both fingers, but it made this nail grow funny and it made that finger crooked. So see, the other finger's very straight. All right. Okay. So, um, anyway, like here we go. Here where you can see this horse had a small buttress. I was trimming the feet, the heels out of him, but I hadn't totally done it yet. Every time I went, I would take this heel down. Um, this is the horse. I show pictures of him how his coronary band was bent down and around under here, like where's the thing here? Well, okay. Here's his coronary band here. This should not be bent down like that. I don't know if you can see that. See, that shouldn't be bent down like that. That should be going back perfectly straight back here. And then the heel buttress growing from the bottom of it, like so. Um, anyway, anyway, uh, so what I am suggesting is that the bar is not just a bar, it's a flying buttress. Okay. We have a right to look at these things and think about them and add more information as we glean it. And so this here would be the flying buttress. This is the pillar. This is the flying buttress. And of course, this is the outer wall right there. But it did amaze me again how sturdy this little carrot contraption really wound up being. So there you go. That's like you're looking at the bottom of the foot. There's your wall going around there, where there's your bar going over there. And this is wedged into the back. I don't know what better word, wedged into the back of the coffin bone right here. Like I don't think I can make this fit it. Just a minute. Where is my stuff? Okay, so it would be kind of like that, kind of. Look, he's got lots of soul. Ta-da. Ah, wait a minute. I don't want to break my carrot, so I'm not going to force him to fit. All right. Okay. Let me put him back in his water bath. Now, Valor's going to be real happy because I'm going to go out and feed him these carrots when I'm done here. Yeah, maybe eat one myself. Okay. So this is why it's so important to get the back of this foot correct because it stabilizes the whole wall. I remember I shouldn't be eating crunching in your ear. I ate a little piece of that carrot. Let me turn this off. So we want to support the back of the foot and we want to understand how the foot is supported and what the hoof capsule can do to it to distort it. You know, what trimming the heels too low does to it. And this whole thing about mimicking wear, you know, they say, well, these wild horses, I've heard them say they go 20 miles a day. And recently I heard it was 12, and that we want to mimic that wear. So I got to figuring out, let's see, 12 miles a day times 7, which I think was like 84 or something like that. And then times 21. So in one trim, I'm going to mimic the wear of my horse walking or moving 200 and some miles. I don't think it works that way because the whole time a horse is moving, he's also growing, you know, he's also growing. And so I think it is our understanding of these feet and how they grow and the structure uh, that needs to be better. Okay, let me get out of here a second. Okay, so we're here back at this foot. So this foot was my model. Now you see the angle, and of course, all the weight pushes this way, and so the whole foot is in weight bearing unity, going this way, slightly with the weight pushed a little bit forward. And of course, you have to use your imagination to imagine how this hoof capsule was fully attached onto this. But you can see that the heels, let's do annotate here. See proportions. Always look at proportions. So the proportions on this guy was about like so and like so. Well, wait a minute. Now, I know we do this mapping and stuff, but it's just general. It's it's general to help us stay within some boundaries. Um, it has to be added to an ever-growing understanding of hoof capsule structure, how it grows, how it gets distorted, what happens to the inner foot when it does get distorted. So that's there. So, what is the proportions here? Let's just do that. As far as the heels, what is the proportion of the wall in length to the heels. Okay, so that kind of tells you I've tried to like get this length the same as this. Okay, so if if the foot is like this, say down like so. I've seen them even lower, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt there. Okay. If the foot is like this, then how does that work? See the difference in the proportions of the wall to the heel? So what does that do? Where's that weight? All that weight is clear down here, and what would be the angle? See, the angle would go from this to this even. But the heels are usually so low you and so trimmed out you don't see that in reality the back of the heel is growing in that direction. Okay. Okay. That's all I wanted to share about that. Um and might come up with something a little later. But I just thought that was interesting because I've been thinking about that for a long time about buttresses. And so you think you know something, Uh, and I remember seeing flying buttresses, but it wasn't until I put that carrot together that I really then kind of understood what they were talking about. So then I went back and revisited what I had read years ago about the buttress, because at the time I wasn't understanding that flying part or that was like could be the bar, because I really didn't know that much about the inside of a hoof capsule or anything like that. And so, anyway, just something to think about, folks. All right. Well, I got to think about what I want to talk about next. Does anybody have any comments or anything they've been thinking of or would like to share? Okay, well, we'll show this. Here's an example of what I was just talking about. Um, let's see here. Share. Okay, so here's an example. Again, this is a wild horse foot, a dead foot that somebody found and gave to this farrier. And he cut the foot in half. I think he sliced it up. And so that's what was in the inside of that foot. And then here's our famous foot with the heels totally worn out. And that foot was sliced in half. And here's what we have on that foot. And again, uh, no frog, very little sole, a deformed coffin bone, and totally really the opposite of this foot here. And so this foot had a nice heel buttress that supported it at about the same angle as the wall. And so this was a healthy, good foot, and this was not a healthy, good foot. Might have been when the horse was older, you know. When did I make this? Let's see. 2018 is when I made this meme. Didn't know they were called memes yet. Okay, so 2018, when I started glomming onto that, the fact that this was a foot that had the heels trimmed out. Probably a little before that, but I didn't know this foot had been set in my brain like stone. that was the foot that was in my brain on the front of my folder here. Okay. Okay. Um, Let me look here. Here we go. I'll share this with you. Let's see. Share. Okay, this is what we want. We want spectacular X-ray specs. See, when I was a kid, these ads were in the back of all the comic books. I never ordered any, but I remembered seeing them. And so it says, horse owners, tired of having your horse lamed and butchered by farriers and barefoot trimmers? And then paying out the yang for expensive clinics only to do a worse job than they do? That was me. X-ray specs are the answer. Use them yourself or give a pair to your hoof care professional. So anyway, only to do a worse job. Yeah, that can definitely happen. Okay, well, dum dum dum. Let's see what else we got to do today. Just a second here. I'm gonna put you on something and then go look at something. Hold on. Oh, we can look at some more flying buttresses here. Here. I'll put this up for you because this was an interesting situation. I can't remember whose horse this was. Just a second. Okay, so mimicking that foot. Now, this gal uh, actually got personal help from Mr. Jackson himself. And I think she paid 300 or 400 bucks for like an hour. Okay, and this is what her horse's foot was trimmed into. Notice, looks very similar. Then uh, she, as I, from moi, learned about the heels and started growing the heels, and the horse got sound again. And so this is a wild foot, and this is a wild foot. How can you say that this is the foot every horse should have? See? So, so this is a problem in the natural hoof care movement is that everybody believed what this guy said, and this foot has been put in their head, and this is the foot everybody's trying to get. So as you go around and you start looking at feet, there you go. Now, what I'd like to do is just look at some other feet here for a second, like wild horse feet. Just a second here. Where are my wild horse feet? Working on it, my computer says. Okay. Okay. Let's go through some of these feet. So back when Jamie Jackson wrote his book and published it in 1992, there were no pictures of wild horse feet. Neither were there in 1997 when he republished the same book with Hildred Strasser. Now, these two are the leaders, founders of the natural hoof care movement. And any and every natural hoof care group out there, including ours, okay, started as a foundation with them. Only thing is, we moved out of it, having discovered that his research was faulty and that all horses don't have feet like that and that their hairline is not supposed to be on the ground. Just a minute. So people are always asking, well, what does a good horse's foot look like? Well, let's go through. I just showed you one, a dissected one. Let's go through and look at some of these wild horse feet and see what we can see. All right, just a second here. Da, 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 da. Okay, share. Where is it? Okay. Okay, so here's an example. We recently had someone on the group ask me, is it normal for the heel, the bulb to be out the back of the foot like that? Well, obviously on this horse, on this foot it was. But you can see, look at the hairline, people. Okay. That hairline is high, not low, not the Jamie Jackson one dead wild horse foot that we're all supposed to trim our horse's feet into. Then this little guy, okay, look at this mama here. She's got a high hairline. Her hairline is not 30 degrees down to here. That, of course, you're going to find some horses like that have been in droughts and in super rough country where they totally wore their heels down. Okay, but that doesn't mean that's a form of adaptation for survival. That doesn't mean that we should be doing that to our horses. Look at that little guy's feet. Pretty amazing. Okay, there's Mama's feet. Okay, this is, I don't know whose horse this is. I think somebody in our group right here, but these feet are doing very well. See that? And they're wanting to self-trim in a good way too. When you see a horse's feet trimming like that, that's a good thing. Now here's some more wild horses. They don't have a 30-degree hairline. Jamie Jackson said that all heel height was relative the same. And then he said in two interviews in relating the story of him seeing uh, horses feed at the Litchfield BLM Corral, they have no heels. They have no heels. Now, he never said that in his books, but that is exactly what he believed. And then he went out and he found him a foot that had no heels, and that became the barefoot model. So these guys, so I've been collecting these. I mean, you can tell. No 30-degree hairline here. And these guys are stunning. Now here's that one foot. Somebody should recognize that foot. It's somebody in our group. Um, Not sure, can't remember who it was though, but here's two wild stallions having a hoof off. Okay. Uh, and look at that. Look at the heels. Of course, we got this deal here again. Look at the inner foot, people. Look at the inner foot. Look at the heel. Remember, I told you the heel has definition and height. You're going to shove this foot in that model there, in that horse's capsule, or would it fit better in this horse's capsule? So what happens when you force a foot like this to fit in that capsule? Well, the heels are cartilage and it crushes them up and makes them flat. And so then takes the coronary band here and bends it down around the foot or around in like that. So then how can your heels not grow forward? Just a minute. How can your heels not grow forward if you have crushed the heel up like this? All of it like that. See? Up like that. Then your heels can only grow forward. That's why they got to keep the heels short because once they start to grow, they start to do this. See? Well, we allow them to go ahead and be run forward for a while so that they can give some height to the back of the foot so that the foot can start to release up here. And eventually, what can happen is you can get the back of this foot to release and to start pushing up and then pushing these heels back out and down so that they will grow like this instead of like that. Not sure who this is. Oh, okay. This is why I was wow, whoever that was. Okay. Anyway, their horse had some heels, and so look at that. Here's a wild stallion. I mean, he is fabulous. Okay. Look at the feet. They got heels. Now, this guy's heels are pretty worn down, and he might be an old feller, but this is survival mode. This is not what his feet originally would have been. There's that guy again. Again, I can look at these pictures from a distance and see the angle of the hairline. See it? It's almost straight across. This is a 3-year-old wild mare. Here we go. Now, I started taking pictures or taking screenshots of pictures where you can see the back of the foot. So you can see that the hairline is up off the ground. Okay, see this guy here? See his hairline's up off the ground. He's not on, I think I showed that picture last week where he go, how low can you go? And they got the hairline that is clear at the ground and they're walking on the back of their bulbs. More wild horses. Look at the hairline, got heels, because this is the true anatomy. That's that same horse studying his feet. Here again, these horses have a high hairline, an ample heel. It's obvious. But again, when Jackson put his book out, there were no pictures of wild horse feet, and he sure didn't take any. None that he published in his book after he said he was able to measure, examine, and photograph in the first two editions of the same book, 92, 97, 107, all 4 feet on 107 wild horses. And then in his third edition of the third book, 2020, he was able to measure, examine, photograph 1,000 feet. Okay. He changed the number up from 107 horses to 225. Well, I'm glad he can multiply because 225 times 4 is 1,000, you know. So, but not one photo. Instead, what do we have for the model? We have that one dead wild horse foot with no heels, a rear foot, by the way. So if that is your foundation, and it's easy to find when you are looking at people who say they do the natural trim and it's based on the natural model, it all goes back to Jamie Jackson and Hildred Strasser. They are the two founders of this movement. If people try to tell you no, it's not, well, they don't know anything. Okay. Anytime you hear somebody popping off about nature, well, nature this and nature that, okay, Jamie Jackson, nature's hoof, okay. Look at the bulbs. Look how high they are off the ground. Even here, oh my goodness. I mean, look at the cartilage. Now, sure, it's hidden behind a rock, but you know for a fact this horse does not have a 30-degree hairline and no heels and bulbs on the ground. I mean, they're just fabulous. The people that are taking pictures. Okay, again, there's the hairline. He's got 2 inch or more heel there. And all these photos that we're showing, it is fair use. I'm not making any money off of this. Here, we can see the bottoms of their feet. It's just fantastic. Look at these guys. All heel height is relatively the same. Yeah, right, but not what he said. Okay, on his one dead wild horse foot he saw. Yeah, I mean, their feet are massive. This is all horses around the Great Basin and areas of the country that are just like the Great Basin. Are they fabulous or what? Look at them bulbs off the ground. Bulbs off the ground. See, just random horses. Again, that hairline is not a 30-degree hairline. Oh, look at this baby. Look at that heel, Buttress. Look at the straight hairline. Look at the big cartilage sticking out the back. Now, I don't know if this was wild horse or what was going on here, but you can see where this horse, it probably was, he's worn his heels down and his heels have curled in. What is that? That's no surprise that that would happen to a horse out in the wild, that he would be in some condition where at an age or whatever environment where he wore his heels down and then the foot distorted like that. Looked pretty rough. Well, maybe he's dead too. Walking on the bulbs doesn't mean we're going to go search out, force ourselves to search out these horses and find the ones that do that and then force our horses to do that. Makes no sense structurally. See how easy it is to find good feet with heels? Really. The photographers out there uh taking pictures of wild horses. Kind of blurry there, but holy Hannah. And look at this guy. Look at the notch. Look at the notch. See, I can look at him from a distance and I can see the heel and the hairline. That guy's got some notches. Look at that. Look how green it is. They ain't got as much movement going on. So they're self-trimming. Nothing wrong with that either. Okay, here we go from the 1800s. Uh, C.M. Russell, famous Western artist. Look at the feet. Look at the heels. Look at the hairline. See, I know it gets a little blurry, but it's pretty darn easy to see. Isn't it interesting? This is what I thought was so interesting. Look at that. Now, let's go back. This is today. That's that's over 100 years ago. How cool is that? How cool is that that he painted that? Do you know? There we are. I can see, look how high the hairline is there. Bulbs off the ground, off the ground. I mean, you see, these horses are are a symbol of freedom. See, a symbol of freedom. That's why the environmentalists want to get rid of all of them. Now you're saying, oh, what do you mean the environmentalists? It's the ranchers. No, it's not. Okay. I found out by accident it is not the ranchers. It is the environmental nonprofits that want to get rid of both the rancher and the wild horses. And so they have this propaganda war going where they pit the wild horse advocates against the ranchers. When in reality, it's the environmentalists like the Center for Biological Diversity in Scottsdale, Arizona. They got rid of logging. They tried to get all the ranchers in Oregon to put fences around all the ponds. Um, they it's okay. These nonprofits, these environmental nonprofits make policy for our government agencies. How is that? And let me tell you why they want to get rid of the wild horse off of, okay, they call it public land. See, let me tell you that they call it public land so that they can rope you in to supporting the different things they want to do. Oh, it's our land. It's our land. It's public. No, it's not. It's federal land. Belongs to the United States government. Okay. And they want to control all the federal land. Control the land, you control the people. Okay. So they want to control all the federal land. And they want the wild horse off the land. Now, the reason they want the wild horse off the land is for several reasons. One, they say he's feral, he's non-indigenous to the land. That's why they want us off too. Um, and that they make some big bunch of BS that he ruins the land, which is not true. And stuff. They want him off because they have a program called rewilding going on all over the whole earth. And it sounds like a really cool idea, right? Until you understand what rewilding is. Rewilding, okay, you see, they got some really whacked out beliefs. And the way that I found this out was when um I stumbled, well, two ways. See, I'm always stumbling onto these same people. Um, First was when, uh, well, no, that wasn't first. I just keep stumbling upon them. In any research I do, I find their dirty little hands in it. Okay. So, what they believe about the wild horse is that he is feral, he is non indigenous, he is an invasive species, and therefore must be eliminated because they want to take the land and they want to rewild it, get all the people off, everything. They want to open up a corridor clear from Mexico, going on up through Texas, into Arizona, up to Wyoming, Montana, Colorado, out clear up to Alaska. And they want to rewild this whole area and open it up so that animals can migrate back and forth, and they want to uh how do I say it? They want to put out a proxy species that would be similar to what may have been there 10,000 years ago. Like, okay, in Wyoming, we find mammoth tooths all the time. And, mammoths like a big hairy elephant, right? And camel's teeth. All right, because Wyoming 10,000 years ago or whenever it was had woolly mammoths, and it had camels, and it had I think it had saber-toothed tigers and all these different types of species that went extinct. And so the belief is in the environmental movement that uh, if they could get all the humans off the land and they could dump these proxy species back on, like in Wyoming, they'd try and uh, make some sort of a woolly mammoth, take an elephant and maybe some DNA from something and put it together. And then they'd take some camels and throw them out there and maybe try and get some sort of a tiger lion thing to live there and God knows what. Okay. They believe that if they do this, that they can kickstart Mother Nature into starting to continue to evolve. They believe that we screwed up evolution. Okay. And so if they can just get all these rewilded places on the earth, that they can start to make Mother Nature create things again. Like literally, they think that Mother Nature will create trees out of nothing. Um, and the reason I know this is true, and you can think, well, use a conspiracy theory, this is a bunch of crap. Oh, I'm going to listen to her. Well, hey, you ought to study about the Oostvaarderplassen over in the Netherlands and what happened there when they rewilded this area. See, we should go into this. I should show you all the stuff I found when they had a big stink about it 5, 6 years ago. The Artsforderplassen was an area of land. Well, actually, I guess it was underwater or under the sea or something like that. And they built some dikes, because they're good at that stuff. They built some dikes and they opened up this land and they made it into a nature reserve. And so all the grass came back and all this stuff and birds came back. Well, then these other people got a hold of it and started to manage it. And they planted Polish ponies and this type of Scottish deer, or was it a Scottish cow? Anyway, they planted Polish ponies and deer and these type of cattle. And they just let them alone. Totally. Didn't take care of them. Now, they're not loose in that big an area. Okay, so you know what happens when uh you enclose animals in a space and you have males and females and they're having babies and all that stuff. They start to multiply, and pretty soon the food gets shorter and shorter. And so this is what started happening there. And these animals are literally starving to death. And some guy that was a farrier over there, people would go by there and they notice these animals behind this fence, but nobody really knew what to think. Well, eventually these animals are starving to death, and this farrier sees it, and he kind of raises the alarm. Next thing you know, a lot of people are up in arms, and they're throwing hay over the fence, and they're doing all this stuff. Well, they fought against the government that was ultimately responsible for this. It was the government and these nonprofit environmentalists that are doing this rewilding project all over the earth. And they fought against this for several years and got nowhere. Got nowhere. The government and these environmentalists kept doing their horrid, well, what they did do, finally, they started shooting animals that were starving to death. And let me tell you something else they did. They did what's called a reset. All right. Now, a reset was where, like I said, this place used to be underwater. All right. And now it's not underwater anymore. It's got grass and trees and stuff. Okay. And so to do a reset, what they do is they'd open up the floodgates and they'd let the place flood and they would drown a bunch of animals. And that was called a reset. See? And so it's still going on over there, only they shoot animals or cart some off now if they're multiplying too much and got to starve to death. Hey, I got it all documented on what these people were doing, what they were teaching, and all the wicked, wicked, nasty stuff that they were up to. And at the time, I thought, if they think they can get away with this with these animals, it's just a matter of time before they're going to try it with humans. And pretty much I think I'm pretty right. But anyway, so it is the environmentalists that want to get rid of the non-indigenous feral horse so that they can put their proxy species out on the deserts and try and make Mother Nature start evolving again. And this is not bunk, people. This is really the way these people think in their head. But they uh, kind of started this propaganda where they say, "Oh, it's the rancher. They want cattle out there." Oh no, no, they don't. They don't want any. These people don't want cattle. And then they use people. They say, well, it's the public lands. Well, let me tell you what. Once they gain control and get rid of the rancher and rid of the wild horses, you think they're going to let you out there? Go up to Oregon. Try and get off a path. They have paths marked for the human, and they say, don't get off the path. See, it's all about controlling the land and exercising their whacked out beliefs. Okay, so anyway, didn't mean to get on that, but it has to do with the wild horses. And that's why they're gathering them all up like they are, folks. Okay, so anyway, I don't know what that was. Human sacrifice. Okay, I must be out of the. See, I research all kinds of stuff. Human sacrifice. Okay, let's see where I'm at here. Here, I'll show you this. Uh, Share. Just a second. I lost where I'm at here. Okay, so I made this little deal. Okay, so here's these horses right here. Look at what they live on. Okay, this is in the Great Basin, the same place Jamie Jackson said he measured, examined, and photographed. And he ain't no wild horse advocate either, people. Okay, he is not a no wild horse advocate. In his book and in his interview, he you can tell he don't think too much of the wild horse advocates. Okay. So uh anyway, so he says they have no heels. Well, here you go. Here's a whole group of young horses with heels. Probably a probably a little bachelor band there. Okay, so this is what Casanova said that what was it, 330 some years before Christ, BC. Oh, excuse me, before the common era. Before the common era. I like that and better. Before the common era. We don't want to base our timeline on Jesus. A what is it? AD after death, BC before Christ, right? So they redid it to where it'd be BCE, before the common era. But I like to call it before the common error. All right. And then what is it? And whatever. What do they call AD now? I can't even remember. But anyway, so Xenophon, who was a general in the Greek army before Alexander the Great, but about the time he was a contemporary of Plato. And let me tell you right now that Plato's writings and his ideas on education and everything like that, that's what our whole educational system is based on. So he was a philosopher, he was a soldier, he was a cavalryman, he was a horseman. Um, he was a hero. Okay, he saved 10,000 soldiers by getting them out of Persia when I think I remember if they lost a battle or what. Anyway, he was quite the guy. And so he said, when testing the feet, in order to choose a war horse, which is probably a little more important than a trail horse or a barrel horse, right? Because your life literally depends on it. He said, when testing the feet, first look to the hooves, for it makes a great difference in the quality of the feet if they are thick rather than thin. Next, you must not fail to notice whether the hooves are high, both in front and behind. He's talking about the hairline. Okay. For high hooves, meaning high in front and high behind the heels. High heels have the frog, as it is called, well off the ground. But low heeled hooves tread with the hardest and softest part of the foot simultaneously, like a bow legged man. Xenophon, Greek military leader, philosopher, and he was a historian. uh okay, my date was off. 430 BC. Okay, if that offends you, you want that Christ in there, uh then you can use BCE, before the common error. All right, anyway. Okay, so but this is proof what Jamie Jackson taught everybody in his research is faulty and a bunch of baloney. Error. It's a bunch of error. And we're almost getting heels in the horses before Jamie Jackson, BCE, before his common error. Okay, that now everybody's following. So, sorry to offend anybody, and if he's your BFF or something. Okay, so let's see. Uh hold on here. Let's look at some more interesting things here. It's gonna take me a second, so go get some popcorn or something. Oh, Okay. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's what I want to show you. Okay, hold on here. Let me get this one up. Okay, so uh oh, just 1 second here. Pictures. Let's see. Camera, extension, pictures. I'm lost right now. Sorry about that. Um A B C D F G H I J B C D F G H I J. There we go. Okay, just a second here. Okay, here we go. Um, oops. Okay, so I want you to see this. Now, so Jamie Jackson claims to have done his research from 1982 to 1986 in the Great Basin of the United States, which that's way out there as a deserty area. It encompasses California, Nevada, I think part of Oregon, and a couple different states there. Lots of wild horses out there. And so he claims he basically lived with wild horses. Of course, there are very few actual pictures he even took of them in his book. Believe you me, I went through all the pictures. Most of the pictures are from BLM, the government archives, or professional photographers that just happened to be out there wandering around at the time. And so he claims that he doesn't take very good pictures yet. I got a picture of him in his so-called camp that's absolutely excellent. So who knows? So he claims to have basically lived out there with them, makes it sound like it anyway, studying these wild bands for 4 years, and then finally he arranged with BLM to go to their Litchfield facility and study, measure, examine, and photograph the feet of wild horses taken freshly off the range. And he specifically says he did 107 horses in his first two books and over 500 feet. Okay, in his third book, which is the same book, he changes up the number to say he did 250. So you got first book, 1992, that started the barefoot movement. Second book, 1997, where he joined up with Hilda Strasser, and them two really got things cooking in the natural hoof care arena and barefoot trimming. And then his third book, 2020, which that's 18 years after the first one, same book, The Natural Horse, The Natural Horse, The Natural Horse. Third book changes it up, says that, oh, no, I did 250 horses and I measured, examined, and photographed 1,000 feet. He says this in the book. Okay, still, uh, measured, examined, and photographed, still the only foot that we get to see as a model because, as he says, oh, they all had relatively the same heel height. We don't find out till I find out on a YouTube interview with him a year ago. Oh, no, he really thought they have no heel. See, he can say that now. He's got all popular and made buku dinero. If he'd have said that back then, they'd have laughed him more to scorn than they did originally at the time. Okay, farriers never took to that guy. So anyway, so measured, examined, and photographed. Now, here's the thing. Divine Providence was watching over us. Yeah, because at the same time, another guy out of the blue just decides he's going to do the same thing. Study wild horse feet. And that is Gene Obenik up in Montana, Wyoming. Now, Gene literally did uh, these feet. I'm going to show you the picture of the feet, okay? Because remember, Jackson don't have none. Well, I actually did find one, but that's in a whole other book and a longer story. So, Gene, these two men knew nothing of one another. Gene, in 1986 and 87, he arranged with BLM up in Montana and Wyoming to measure, examine, and photograph, knowing nothing about Jamie Jackson at the time, the wild horse feet of horses caught up there by the Bureau of Land Management. Okay, so uh, so here we go. Here is their drawings of what they found to be typical. Okay, now look here. Here's Jackson's, what the foot every horse is supposed to have. Okay, here's Ovidix. Now he never said this is a foot every horse should have. Okay, but this was the general model of what he happened to find um, in the research that he did. Okay, here is uh, Jackson's one dead wild horse rear foot that we're all supposed to put on the front feet of our horse and the back feet. Here's an example I've found of one of Jane's. Now, remember too, Jackson said that a regular farrier's hoof gauge would not work on a wild horse natural foot. Okay. Gene Ovanek found this. I guess he didn't realize that because that's what he used. You know, you can't hardly see it, but that's a regular farrier's pasture gauge, angle gauge there. Okay. Jackson said he had to go make something special and he'd be back. See, I personally question whether he ever went back. All right. Because it's dangerous. Dangerous. Yeah. All right. So there you have that. Okay. Let's see. This again is Jackson's foot right there. And of course, that's people dissecting a body, just in case you're wondering. Those are the men that never wash their hands after they and deliver babies and give women pelvic exams, stuff like that. Wonder why women were dying, hey? Okay. So anyway, let me go back here. Let's look at some of Gene Ovanik's pictures. Just a second here. Okay, where are you at here? A second here. Share. Okay, remember, 3 books. Jackson claiming that he measured, examined, and photographed, and it's around the same time here. Okay, well, here's Gene Obnick. Here's a picture of his. Now, what he did was he painted the bottom of the foot, and then he took a board with a piece of cardboard or paper or something on it, and he would apply it to the bottom of the foot to see where it bore weight, where he thought, what was going on with the bottom of the foot, where it bore weight. So now you see an example here of what they did with this would have been the same thing they did where Jackson said he measured, examined, and photographed 107 in 1992, and then all of a sudden magically 250 in 2020. All right. So anyway, you see the horses strung out behind, and of course, this is the front feet. And there's Gene applying the board and the paint right there. Okay, so here's one of the feet. Now, I can tell you that this would have been uh, either at the end of winter, they're going to do it before it gets hot, okay? Because of the stress it's going to put on men, and you see the hair. So, coming from Wyoming, I can tell you that in the Red Desert and then the different places up there, that it's very dry, that horses have to travel a long ways to eat, and they're going to wear their feet down. Okay, so I know that them coming out of winter, their feet are worn down to the nub. Okay, which is exactly what you see here. So even though their feet present a certain way, Gene wouldn't have known that. Okay, um, um, you were seeing some distortion due to wear. Okay, so here's another one. Okay, this one has a little more heel here, but they're worn down pretty good. Now, here we go again. Now, look at the farrier's angle gauge. Jane, don't you know that those don't fit on the nature's foot? You know, just ask Jamie Jackson. No, you got to buy his 20 some dollar hoof meter reader. Okay, now, see, they're not all the same, are they? Look at the heels here. And of course, these heels have been worn down. All right. And which, as we know, pulls the back of the foot in and down and forces the foot to bend in the center. So when summer comes and there's more grass, and you can tell it was even getting muddy then, their feet, they'll self trim and straighten a lot of this out in their own feet. You'd see the rope. See, there's the other foot. Here's another foot. Now look here. Um, this is even a little different than that other foot, but look again at the very long hair, so it's coming out of winter. And here we go, another foot, 2 feet. There's the rope. Okay. So let me go back here just a second. Hold on. All right. Well, let's see here. Or I'll show you a couple. So that was Gene Ovnick's. Go back to here again. And so this was basically what he drew. He didn't draw anything that didn't have a heel. See? And the country where he did his research is no different than the Great Basin over by California and Nevada, where Jackson claims he did his. Now, this foot here, okay, he claims he did his research at the processing facility of Litchfield, California. All right. But this foot here and the front, this is the back foot, the front feet, you don't want to use them for a model because you can really see how they have run forward heels that are about 2 inches long. Um, he went to the Palomino Valley facility, which is their biggest adoption facility, and arranged with BLM authorities for the vets there to give him some dead feet. And then out of all those dead feet, he found these rear feet that became the model for what he wanted to promote for his own personal ideas. And this foot is a distorted, deformed foot of a mare that wore her heels out and died in a roundup. He never saw this horse move alive, ever. All these horses that Gene Obenek did, they were all alive. All alive. And even this one foot, I picked a foot that most closely resembled what he drew. Okay. And this was kind of it here. Um, let's look at something else of his here. We're going to look what he pictures as the bottom of the foot. Just a minute here. Dum, dum, dum. Okay. If I can find it here. Second here. Just a second. I've got everything in really tiny little pictures, so I'm having a hard time finding it. Just a minute here. Oh, here we go. Let's look at this. Do, 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 do. How low can you go? We just got done looking at a bunch of wild horses' feet, and let's see here. And their heels were, well, would have been like this. You see, this horse's bulbs are pulled clear under his feet. So their heels were like this. I can't draw it very good. More like that. Look at, you can't even see the any foot over here. That's how much of the foot that's trimmed out on these horses. Then, of course, a frog would have been like so. That's how much is missing on that horse. This is because of Jamie Jackson. Because this guy
There's no way
here,
that horse is sound.
what'd you say?
I There's no way that horse is sound.
Oh no, they lie all the time, people. Okay? And I don't think they're necessarily lying on purpose. It's that uh they think they're just in a state of transition. See, that's all. And if something goes wrong, well, it's diet or genetic. They find something else to blame, and this is also, I believe, this is how paddock paradise was created. That when he saw that maybe this trim didn't work like it should, that he started thinking, oh, well, it has to do with locomotion. They need more movement. They need to be in a more natural environment. So we'll expand, paddock paradise in and of itself is great, wonderful idea, you know, but uh, I personally think that a lot of reasons they do this because these trims aren't working, and then they think, couldn't be the trim. Okay, not enough movement. We need more natural movement. See, you see how that could be why that all come up, you know? Uh, and of course that don't work. Well, that works better as long as they don't trim them. Okay, as long as they keep their hands off of them and leave them alone, they might straighten up. That's how Rockley Farm started. Barefoot trimming wasn't working, so they started a program where they just let them horses self-trim and just ride the heck out of them. you know. And of course, they do way better because you're not trimming the heels out of them. You're not trying to force them to look like Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse rear foot that wore its heels out. So, okay, just a minute here. I was looking for this other deal. Well, I'll just find it on the internet. Let's see. See, I've done my research. Let me show you. Da, 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 da. This ain't just a picture here or there. Okay? Oh no. See, I have no personal life. All right. Uh, it's all consumed with this. Um, I never wanted it to be that way. I just wanted good feet in my horse. Is that too much to ask? Um, just a minute here. I'm looking for how to make these bigger. Details. Oh, view. There we go. Extra large. All right, here, I'll just give you an example. Um, let's see here. Share. Okay, this is just one of my files on stuff of Jamie Jackson. Let's see here. Look, if they claim that they did this research, you got to research the researcher. How did he come to his conclusions? That's what you got to do. Okay, so this is my file on Jamie Jackson, pretty much. And stuff that he said, stuff that he did, things that he posted, ideas. Like I have pictures of wild horse in here. I went through and I measured. I see. You got to understand his reasoning and his thinking behind why he thought the foot should be like this, and what he tried, what he pawned off on all of us. These pictures here. First of all, these are pictures, okay? So he says here about these pictures that he drew. And you need to realize this. You have to beware of people drawing pictures because they will be explaining hoof stuff to you, and then they're drawing pictures. Now I draw and annotate on stuff too, but they're going to draw you a picture. You got to remember that is not a real horse's foot. So you can't draw a picture and prove anything. There is no proof on this. Now it didn't have the lines, and look, I put the protractor there because I was checking stuff out. But just because he draws a picture and says it's so and so doesn't mean it's so. He had no examples, no living examples, and no dead examples, because all of the dead horses had feet that would not fit this model. See? So let's see here. See, I went all through this. Um, it says to prove his theory that all horses had the same heel height and that heel height was not a factor of dorsal wall angle. He manipulated these pictures to make it look that way. And all the wild horses have this. So this is what he thought. He said heel height is not a factor in dorsal wall angle in the natural foot. See, because before this, everybody assumed that, okay, if I raise the heels, what's that going to do? That's going to make the dorsal wall angle steeper. If I lower the heels, it's going to make the dorsal wall angle lower. I mean, this is the common belief for hundreds of years in farriery. But now all of a sudden, Jackson wants to prove that heel height has no factor in anything done under the sun. Okay? And so to prove his theory that all horses had the same heel height, which then years later we find out he believes they have no heels. Okay. And so it says to prove his theory that all horses had the same heel height and that heel height was not a factor of dorsal wall angle, and that all wild horses have the same relative heel height, as he put it. Jackson drew photos. He purposely manipulated the length of the hairline on the drawings to come out the way he wanted them to. Remember, these are not real horses' feet. These are just drawings. These prove nothing other than that he says he's good at math and making his hoof meter reader that measures doors to wall angles. See, yeah, he said he's good at math. Well, then he just manipulated all these. When you look at them, you kind of think they're all the same at first because they don't have all these lines on them. But once you get in there and you start measuring them, the only way that his theory becomes true is if he manipulates the drawing by slightly raising the hairline a little bit or shortening up the foot from here to here, things like that. You shorten up the foot from here to here, and it's going to change the angle. See? So I went all through these. Just a minute. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway, here's what he said. So he shows you these pictures and he says conclusions based on these observations are, and you don't see any number of pictures of actual horses' feet, people. You know, with measurements, I got more measurements on just a couple of dissections that I did than he did. Says conclusions based, I have, in fact, I present more evidence than he does of real feet. Jackson states conclusions based on these observations are that the toe angle of the naturally shaped hoof is determined by the axis, the angle formed with the ground of those bones inside the hoof. See, he's trying to say the bones, it's the bones alone. Nothing to do with the heels. Remember, though, what do we know? Back third of the foot is soft cartilage and fat. The heels are cartilage, not bone. He said of those bones inside the hoof, not the length of the heels relative to the length of the toe or any other mathematical factor. In the section on hoof sizes, heel lengths were found to be the same for virtually all hooves sampled. And this is what he said heel lengths were. But then we find out 20 years later that he believed they had no heels, right? So see, it's just all a big bunch of malarkey. Let's see here. This is how it looks in the book. See? So you're reading his book, you don't expect him to lay out some big fabricated bunch of baloney to you. And I'm sure he believed what he was telling you too, but he is wrong. His research is junk. He's wrong. We just went and looked at a bunch of wild horses' feet. They all don't have heels like this. And even this horse didn't have heels like this. Let me show you the heels this horse had on the front. All right, hold on. Let me find the front feet. Got a bunch of stuff here. And gonna take me a second. Oh well, here we go. Yeah, he never does heel length. Just a minute here. I'm looking for this one deal. Hold on. Okay, here we go. And you'll never see this foot. Hold on. And you'll only see certain angles of this foot. In fact, this is what's so weird. In the book, he actually marks what is obviously a run forward heel on that one dead wild horse rear foot, but you'll never see that again. Just a minute here. Okay, share. Okay, so here's the front foot right here, hoof length. And he says, see, let me tell you something. When you're not accurate, you better remember it, okay? Because in another place, you're going to mention something that's going to contradict what you were inaccurate about, if you get my drift, okay? So, so he says here, this was the heel length. Well, look at that underrun heel on that front foot. See there? But they don't use this foot. They use this foot and they remove that line so that you think the horse has no heel. See? So this is what the whole natural hoof care barefoot movement is based on. And this is why all these horses have so many problems. And the thing about it was that farriers wanted nothing to do with this guy. Okay. And uh uh the farrier's totally against the barefoot movement, everything like that. I'm about to go wring somebody's neck on that phone. I don't know if you can hear it behind me, but you would think they'd give up by now. I should have taken that phone off the hook. Okay, so here, we'll look at this just a minute. Okay, so here's the hoof meter reader he said he had to invent because a regular farrier's pasture gauge, what do I want to call it? A pasture gauge, angle gauge would not work on a natural foot. Okay. And so he invented this thing. I got one. They're not easy to use. Now he's invented a box that you put on a stand that's flat, that you put your horse's foot way up in the air on to get your face down there so you can put the hoof meter reader up to it and figure out what it is. You know, put your face right there on your horse's foot. Okay, so this was the front and rear foot, and this is what he drew right here. Now this is not the front foot right there. This is the same hind foot. But what he did here to try and make his theory look true, he just slightly changed the size here. This is where he says uh heel height does not determine dorsal wall angle. And then he draws these two pictures and he shows you that the angle, look, see, it's true. Look at the angle. It's 60 degrees on here. Well, hey, look over here. It's 52 degrees. See? That's not proof, people. That's a fabrication because this foot is longer than this foot. And so when you change the length from here to here, it changes the angle of the dorsal wall. See? And he drew these. So he had to have known that this foot was shorter from here to here than this foot from here to here. See? And again, watch out when people are drawing you pictures. There's a lot of people out there drawing you pictures and saying, see, this is how the foot is. No, this is how they think the foot is. And hey, you know, this is a freedom we have to be able to look at things and try and figure it out. But pictures, drawing pictures means nothing. Okay. Where are the real life examples? See, not just dead ones, real life ones, along with some dead ones. See? Okay, hold on. And of course, now we got this deal here. Oh, ditto, ditto. Now, in his second book, In his first book, he didn't have a bunch of advertisements for stuff he was selling. In the second book, he's got Hildred Strasser, a German veterinarian, right in there with him, and they're what would you call it? Supporting each other. That's not the word I'm looking for. Corroborating each other's so-called research or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so she had a book that the Strasser people called Big Blue that she sold for $800. Now, see, don't think that this ain't a money deal, all right, for these people. Now, uh here's the deal. So when you trim the heels out of a horse, it crushes their internal heel up in the foot, which flattens the coffin bone. And so Strasser and Jackson taught a ground parallel coffin bone. And of course, uh, when you take the coffin bone out of all the tissue and the cartilage and the soul corium and everything else, guess what? And you throw it on a table. My God, look, it's flat. Yeah. And of course, she runs into Jackson, and he's got this one wild horse foot that wore its heels out. And of course, the coffin bone is going to be flat in that foot. And so their error substantiated one another. And so to people that didn't know anything, it was like, well, yeah, look at him, wild horses, oh, nature, woo woo, and then her, well, oh my God, she's a veterinarian, she should know, and see all this stuff. And of course, there's always already big, huge problems in farriery because they've been cutting the heels out of horses for 250 years, causing all kinds of lameness issues on a regular basis. Navicular is one of the big problems, which is caused by trimming the heels down like that. And so these two started the barefoot movement, and all of these groups, I don't care if it's equine podiatry, I don't care who you find out there, you know, advertising themselves, marketing themselves, they all go back to this. Let's see here. See, there's been a big debate. Now, this was interesting too. Here, just a second here. Here's another one of Gene Ovnick's drawings. Okay. But I've also compared it to the different hooves he took pictures of. And it took me a while till we started doing this notch thing for me to kind of understand what was going on here. Okay, because okay, in soft sand, he showed the heel as doing this. Look, there's the notch, people. Okay, medium, prairie, sod, gravel, a little less, kind of an arch. But in all of these cases, the heels have been worn down and kind of pulled down and forward. Now, we looked at horses that didn't have that, but wherever he primarily did his research was at the end of winter, and that's when they wear their feet down the most. And so these are the samples he got. Okay. So I found that to be really interesting, this little hook here. And I started thinking, well, because I had a hard time in trimming and growing heels, that when you get to the back of that foot, that heel, because it's run forward and at an angle, it wants to have a little hook. And you usually can't get a clean white line in here because, of course, the foot is bent. And so finally, here, this past year, I started thinking, well, that hook ain't a bad thing. Why am I worried about it? I thought, what do I do with this? Well, do nothing. I mean, keep it at a certain length or whatever, but otherwise do nothing, because technically, what's that going to do? When that horse pushes into the dirt and that pushes on that hook right there, what's it going to do? It's going to push up that way, and it's going to push his heel back up. And that's what a lot of us were seeing with when we do a notch. See, because you do the notch and it makes kind of a hook anyway there, right? Well, guess what? That uh pressure or leverage, pushing on that heel is going to help push all that back up. After we have trimmed the heels out and pulled the heel down and under. Let's see here. Now, obviously, what's funny is, he must not have been pinned. See, here's the thing. He's so convinced himself that these horses have no heels that even when he saw heels, he didn't see them because he has this picture in his book. Uh, he didn't take this picture. I don't think. I'll have to look to be sure. He took very few pictures of wild horses. Oh, okay. Okay. Anyway, this horse here is in his book. I'm gonna have to look and see because he did have a few pictures. Let me put this up. Where is the share? And I see this on different sites these people have who still have not come to realize that his research was faulty and that it got planted in their head. And so all they see is that one dead wild horse foot, and they're trying to make every horse's foot look like that technically, especially in the heels. You got some people who are letting the toes grow now. Okay. But they don't see, like, okay, I can show you this one site, people that are marketing their trim and stuff, and all about nature, nature this and nature that, and nature's constant and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Nature is an arbitrary, cruel shrew. There ain't nothing constant about her. Stuff is always changing. She's beautiful and cruel and evil and mean at the same time. Okay. And so, but it's all about nature, nature this and nature that. Well, so I watched this video, this introductory video, and they actually had some video of wild horses where you could see their feet because, see, a lot of these people, they'll have a picture of wild horses standing in the brush. You can't even see their feet. And then they'll have that picture, that one dead wild horse foot, the ideal foot that you need to put on your horse. And so I was watching this video and I seen these horses, and all of them had humongous heels. Heels that this person would have thought were too high and would have trimmed down to the nubbin. But because this image has been put in this person's mind, they can't see it. See, just like that foot of Pete Ramey's, because that image of James and me, that image was put in my head, and I trimmed that, tried to trim that into my horse for a number of years. Well, from at least uh I must have seen that picture within a couple years after I started with Gene Omenek's trim. And then that was put in my head. And so at least 8 years, see, was my horse in transition. First, he did great. His feet got better. He was sound as a dollar. Then they went kind of down the tubes, comparatively speaking. He was sound on sod. Okay, that's about it. I used to walk him across a gravel road to see, did it happen at this trim? Nope. Like, oh, that rock. Oh, that rock. See, and this is happening to all of them, but they're not telling you. They're not telling you. It has to be happening because it's anatomy, and there's no way that it couldn't be happening. And if it isn't happening, well, I don't know what to tell you. If I cut my arm off, my arm is cut off. I'm going to bleed to death, or I'm going to have a stump, and it's not going to function correctly because that's anatomy. Okay, so let's see. Did I get on that page? Okay, so let me grab this book and see for sure whose picture this is because his pictures are pretty much, well, I can read it here to you. The people. Where's the monarch? He calls this horse the monarch. Let's see. Let me see. Manufactured. Yeah, Department of the Interior. See, I'm looking at the page that lists the photos and where they come from. Uh, Permissions have been obtained for me to use the following photographs. Uh, let's see, University of California, Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, Department Library Services, uh, something, helicopter roundup, photograph bill tarpeting. Yeah, like one right after the other. Okay, and then all of these professional photographers. Just a minute here. Let me see if I can find this picture of this horse to make sure. I don't want to say that he didn't, irregardless whether he took this picture or somebody else took it. All right. Look at the feet. What do you see? I want to ask you, what do you see? He said all heel height was relatively the same. This picture is in his book. How is this anything like the model that he has pawned off on us? I just seen another picture. See, and I didn't even see this when I first started looking at these books. Like, um, see, they're blind. Okay, who is this? Okay, this is figure 3-8. Monarch head and neck arched is ready for war. Collected and exhibiting a superb stride. Okay, this is Jim Hansen took this picture, not Jamie Jackson. You know, why doesn't he have more photos of these wild horses that he supposedly lived with? Why is it that most of the photos are some professional photographer that he met? But now, am I crazy? Does that horse have heels? You know, these poor wild horses, somebody better get out there and trim them, you know, because maybe these are some of the feet. Maybe this was one of the horses at Area 51 where he said, oh my gosh, uh, horrible deformities. Maybe this is one of those horses, hey? Look at that back foot. Look at the heels on that baby. See? But when you are talked into thinking these feet are a certain way, which he obviously believed himself, okay, then I guess you don't even see this. But the thing about it is, if you did 1,000 feet, by the time you were done, you would have seen it. Okay, because most of them would have had heels. Most of them would not be like his one dead wild mare that died in a roundup that wore her heels out. Uh, do I sound mean? I hope so. This, without this garbage, my life might have been really different. And so would yours. We'd be out doing something fun, instead of listening to this stuff. Okay, so let me see what else there. Now, can you see that that horse has heels? Can anybody? Is anybody still here? Did everybody
Yes,
leave?
yes, and yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just
Welcome.
needed one little bit of feedback. Thank you.
You got bye.
Okay, let me see here. Let's see what else going on. Okay, just a second here. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Now, I don't know. I was on some hoof group. I try to stay away from them because I get so utterly depressed. You know, um, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be judgmental in that regard. I'm just saying that the error, okay, the error is so great due to this man that, I mean, we were well on our way to getting straightened out with Leslie Emery's book until this joker made friends with him and talked him out of it, made him think that horses have no heel. See, let me show you a picture of what Leslie Emery was promoting in his book before Jackson got a hold of him. Just a second here. Ha! It is going to blow you away. Okay. So, yeah, in 1976, Leslie Emery, Miles somebody, and Jim somebody wrote a book called Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care. And in it, he talked about the false theory of frog pressure and lowering heels. And he was finding that a cure for navicular, which they had a big problem with, which actually started when they started lowering heels. That's documented. Um, let's see, let me put this up here. Okay, this is in Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care. Right here in Jackson's book, The Natural Horse. He says somebody gave him this book. And so he started calling the author Leslie Emery, and he literally moved from Arkansas over here out to wherever it was, Oregon, California, that general area, to shoe horses with Leslie Emery. And so, Leslie Emery in this book also talks about more research being done into wild horses and being interested in those kind of feet. And so, them two together covenanted for uh, Jackson to go look at wild horse feet, and then he was supposed to call Leslie Emery as soon as he saw what was going on at the Litchfield Corrals and what the heels were like. And so Jackson went in there, measured and took a picture of one horse, and then got out and told the wranglers that he had to go and make himself a special hoof meter reader because these kind of hoof gauges don't work. Okay? So this is the foot that Leslie Emery was putting on horses until Jackson convinced him. See, we need to go to that. We need to go and listen to his little story there, where it's on YouTube twice, where I've copied those interviews just in case he tries to get rid of them. So he tells a story and he says, as soon as he got out of the corrals, and of course he didn't have a cell phone, so he had to go to Susanville. He called his friend Leslie Emery, and Leslie Emery asked him about, well, what are the heels like? And he says, well, they have no heels. And Leslie Emery says, what do you mean they have no heels? And Jackson says, just that, no heels, flat as a pancake. And so then Leslie Emery asked him, well, what about the angle? See the dorsal wall angle? Can you see how heel height has an effect on dorsal wall angle? And Jackson says, well, from what I can see, it's steep. And so Leslie Emery says, well, how can they have a steep dorsal wall angle and no heel? Because you can imagine if I was to cut these heels out and flip that, I mean, that dorsal wall angle is going to be way out like this, right? So he says, how can they have a steep angle and no heel? And Jackson says, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out. And figure it out he did. He found one dead wild horse that had no heels and a steep dorsal wall angle, and here we are today. Because this guy gave up. He quit promoting his book that had got pretty pretty popular. So popular, in fact, that he was invited to a farriers convention in Lexington, Kentucky. And he insisted that Jamie Jackson go with him, or he wouldn't go. And so that's, farriers didn't think much of Jackson. And I can tell you that for a fact because I know one that was there. Because that's when I first heard of the wild horse trim of Gene Overnick. And that was Rich Clark, who traveled and learned to shoe and trim from Gene Overnick in the 90s. Okay. And uh, I asked him, I said, well, because he was at that convention and he said, yeah, we wanted to go see what Jackson had to say because of Gene's research. And I said, well, so what was he teaching? He says, well, I don't know. It seemed religious to me. Don't you think that's a little weird? It seemed religious to me. Why is that? Because when you start claiming nature this and nature that, that's not science. That's religion. Okay? I told you about the environmentalists who want to get rid of all the wild horses because they want to put a proxy species on the land so that Mother Nature can go back to creating things and continue to evolve, probably so that we can all turn into some big cosmic one-minded God of some sort. I mean, this is not science, people. Okay? There is certain things are we can study the environment and we can make it scientific or we can turn it into a religion clothed as science. And there's a lot of that going on because these beliefs die hard. Okay, so people always find a back door to get in to try and promote it. Um, so, they want to get rid of the wild horse so they can put the proxy species on so that they can get the nasty carbon footprint of you off of there and stuff so that nature, everything can go back to nature. That's what called rewilding. Go back to nature and then nature can start uh, creating again. They use those words, people. They use nature can create. Really? You know, how is that any different than saying, well, God can create? It's no different at all. It's just a different religion with a different name. See? So science is based on verifiable fact and observation. So wild horses we see have heels. This foot this theory of Leslie Emery's, the horse had a steep dorsal wall angle and plenty of heel. And so Jamie Jackson talked him out of it. And in this last interview I seen of Jackson's, he's talking about Leslie Emery. And I guess Leslie Emery just gave up and he said, oh, you deal with it. I'm going to go to school to learn to be, what was it? Psychological myth or some darn thing that he decided he wanted to be. And he wound up, uh, uh, yeah, I talked to that guy on the phone and I asked him, I said, so did you ever see? I said Jackson claims to have measured, examined, and photographed the feet of in his first book of 107 horses. I said, did you ever see that? He goes, oh well, I know he gathered some feet. He never did see those pictures. See, he just believed what Jackson told him because Jackson told him. He said, "Oh, your theories in your book won't work. Your theories in your book won't work." Somehow he befriended him to the point to where this guy believed him and gave up. And this was a wonderful book he had too. Uh, Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care was excellent. Farriers were starting to grow heels on horses again. Jackson Okay, at first the farriers rejected him, but as soon as Jackson got all these women on board, right? All of us wanting to have a natural trim and the best for our horses and everything like that. And who are the most clients for the farriers? Women people. I bet women own more horses than men. What do you think? Do you think that there are more women that have horses than men? I think so.
Totally.
Yeah. And so the farriers, most of their clients are women. Well, this all appealed to women like crazy because we want our horses to do well. We want the best for them. We're the caretakers, we're the horse moms, you know? And so then when women started going, I want a barefoot trim, I want a natural trim. Well, then farriers just started picking it up and saying, oh, well, we can do that. Well, then they thought too, like I did, well, it's as easy as one, two, three. Just take the heels down and do a big Mustang roll. Presto changeo, wham, trim, thank you, ma'am, you know, and stuff. And then then all these beliefs started coming in and recirculating about frog contact. Well, then you have the farriers trimming the heels even lower so that they can put a shoe on the horse and still have frog contact. Imagine that. See, that's going on all over the place as well. Fast track to death. So let's see here. Okay, so here, let's look at this. Faulty research. Let's see, share. Okay, so here's our wild horse feet. Okay, now they're not all exactly the same. Okay, but they aren't that. One dead, see, this is that rear foot right here. There we go. He's got his little lane double HCP practitioner BS. These people ain't doctors. He's not producing hoof doctors practitioner. See, that's all marketing to make it sound like we're better than the average farrier. When I was a kid, okay, they had this thing going of how our product is better than brand X, you know? Okay, so, I mean, look at how high the bulbs are off the ground on this foot here. See, and look at the back feet. And there's Jackson's one dead wild horse foot. Oh, over heels, head over heels about the natural trim. Frankly, I hate the word nature now. I hate the word nature. I hate the word natural, just because of this. And you figure at the time he come out with this junk, 1992, we're coming through the 80s, through the 70s and 80s when, man, people are moving into the whole natural thing. I can't believe it's not butter. It's not nice to fool Mother Nature. Did anybody ever hear those commercials? What kind of margarine was that? Supposed to taste just like butter. Now we find out this crap's killing us, right? That butter's good for you. Okay, so uh so there, I don't know what kind of butter it was. I don't think it was, I can't believe it's not butter, but it was another
Parquet. It was parquet.
Parquet. Oh, parquet. Yeah. And I can't it's not nice to fool Mother Nature. Yeah. Okay, so he says here, this is the Institute for the Study of Natural Horse Care Practices. And so this was January 22nd of a year or two ago. He says exemplary naturally shaped hooves possess optimal heel length. Here's his optimal heel length, people. Such heels, however, are extremely short. What heels? He just said, see, he just said in 2 interviews, they have no heels. That's what he told Leslie Emery. Here he said, oh, well, they are extremely short. Oh, well, all heel height was relatively the same. Such heels, however, are extremely short in contrast with what one sees across most populations of domesticated horses. Now, we know that a lot of domesticated horses have both heels because the farrier's been trimming them down too. Okay, short enough that one may stumble in confusion, asking themselves, how is this possible? Well, look, what I put here, wild horse feet. What do we just look at? I got plenty more pictures. Plus, again, all the Greek reliefs and statues got feet just like this. Okay. Now, he was influenced by the writings of others. He's an avid reader. He has also written more books on other subjects. He considers himself to be the Einstein of the hoof world. And I know this for a fact. You ought to see his book, Hoof Trimming in the Fourth Dimension or some darn thing. Okay? He's got a picture of Einstein in there. Yeah. And so he's done a lot of reading. And so he knows about the low heeled and the frog pressure. I mean, he tried to say, oh, well, this frog's passive to the ground. But he knows about this stuff. So he was influenced by this stuff. He says some domestic horses would likely be lamed if their unnaturally shaped hooves were shortened to meet the U.S. Great Basin wild horse hoof criteria. Yeah, they would, because that isn't the U.S. Great Basin wild horse hoof criteria. In fact, we just seen a picture of a horse that didn't even have those feet that he couldn't even see because he was so intent on proving himself right. See, people do this kind of garbage all the time. They come up with a bright idea and then they go about looking for evidence to make it a reality and ignoring anything that doesn't agree with what they want their reality to be. Let's see. Okay, where did that horse go? I wanted to flash on that horse again. Oh, here we go. Here's little baby. Here we go. Picture taken by professional photographer Jim Hansen, which is really weird because in the book, he says he talks to Jim Hansen. And he says to Jim Hansen, well, you took pictures of all these horses, but you didn't take any pictures of their feet. Really? Well, what about these feet? What about these feet? See now, if we had one of them special programs like they're always advertising, we could really clear up this photo good. You know, we can even make the horse run. And that horse has some spring to his step. Not like, I'll show you another horse has no spring at all to his step. Just a minute. Let me find this other horse here. Wait a second. Well, okay. We'll come back to him. We'll come over here to this guy. Head over heels. The natural trim. I put here, wild horses say your research claims are not true. Where are you photos? Huh? I only got a GED, folks. What do you expect? Wild horses say horse pucky, Jamie Jackson. Hey, Jamie, Great Basin horses would be lamed with your trim. I forgot I did all that. I was angry. This false hoof is why your horse needs boots or is unsound and lame. Horses need heel. Hmm. Well, where's the horse pucky? Let's see here. Okay, so I want to show you a horse that has no spring in its step. Just a second here. Now, where are you? Just a second. Let's see. Pictures. Let's see. Oh, if I can find you. Well, here's one that has no spring in its step. Just a second here. And I'm looking for another one that it had the same trim done on it. A trim that follows to the letter Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse that wore its heels out. Look at the feet on this. The feet have been totally trimmed out of this horse. Okay, so let me find you this other picture. This horse has no spring in its step. Let's see. Oh man, I need to close out some pictures here. So my computer will keep working. A second. All right, just a minute here. I may be able to find, oh, no, that's not it. Okay, well, here, let's look at this. Okay. Now, all of these people that have these trims that are charging out the yang, and believe you me, they are charging out the yang once you really get into what they do. Okay, all of these people, if the right person, if Leslie Emery's book would have kept going, eventually people would have figured out that wild horses have these great feet and we need to grow heels, just like Leslie Emery had. Everything that I found out, they would have found out if it was not for this guy right here. Now, uh, let's see here, share. Right here, look at this. Now, on the vertical, you know who that is, right? David Landerville, very talented person. Okay, very artistic. But here's the deal. He also had this foot put in his head. And if I could find his article where he says absolutely, Pete Ramey told me to burn that one wild horse foot of Jamie Jackson's into my brain. And I did it. And so then, like me, he would trim to try to get that foot. Now, that foot we just saw is off that horse, or this foot here is off that horse, that bay horse we just saw. This is says, right, 16-year-old thoroughbred hoof, 2.5 years after pulling the shoes, keeping to a 2 to 3 week rehab trim schedule. Imagine what that cost. Now, this foot here is this foot here. And this is what all natural hoof care is all about, is based on this one foot. And I've read this to you before, where it says, even though natural hoof care practitioners agree that each hoof is distinctly different, they agree on one model. You see how this, putting this word into the vernacular really played on people's ego as well. People that weren't jack before could now take these clinics and learn this trim. And now, why, what do you do for a living? Oh, well, I'm a natural hoof care practitioner. See, it plays on the ego of people. It gives people a profession that could have very well been social workers or waiting tables before that, you know? I equate those two sometimes. But anyway, nothing wrong with waiting tables. Working at McDonald's. Nothing wrong with being a maid. Nothing wrong with any job. Okay. But this whole thing plays on the pride and ego of man that now you can just go do this, whatever, and you don't really know much of anything, but you can be a hoof care practitioner now. And you can have the best of intentions, okay? Because you've been convinced now that what you're doing is helpful and doing no harm and, all that kind of stuff. But in reality, you've been taught a lie, okay? Now, I'm not saying he lied on purpose, but the fact of the matter is that this foot, this one rear foot of that one wild horse that died in a roundup is not at all like most of the Great Basin wild horse feet. Again, he said he took the pictures of 107, then he said somewhere over 200 feet, because 107 times 4 is over 200. That's what he said in the first two, same book, Natural Horse. Third book changes it up to 250 and literally says I was able to measure, examine, and photograph the hooves of 1,000 wild horse feet. Okay? But no pictures. Instead, we got this foot of one dead wild horse that he got from a wholly different location. All right. So, anyway, this deal here, you just got to read it. So he says, even though natural hoof care practitioners agree that each hoof is distinctly different, see, it's all bull crap. All right. It all sounds good. Oh yeah, their feet are all different. You have to treat them all different. Yes. They agree on one model, which they perceive as being naturally perfect. This is our model. This is the hoof which each horse was born to wear, and which is the goal we gradually work towards. So whenever you hear them spouting any BS, okay, if you see that word nature, or you see them show, they will all sooner or later somewhere in their stuff show this foot. What's the most recent one I seen? I can't remember it. But this guy, he stands there, and you can tell he thinks he's pretty darn special. You see it in their face, all right? The pride. That's why I don't show my face, just in case I ever get that way. No, actually, I wouldn't want to scare you away. But anyway, but you can see that this guy thinks he's pretty special. And he's talking about, oh, you never use measurements and you never do this, only people that know the right tissue to take away are qualified to trim your horse. Next thing I know, he's got this foot right here popping up into the screen. Okay. And so I went to their site. I want to see, what do they charge? I think for like 3 days, it was like $1,500. Yeah. See, for their hoof workshop. See, big money deal, big ego deal. And then, of course, they convince the people that go to their thing that then they know what they're doing. And they put this image in their head. And then everybody's trimming to try and get that foot. and crippling, layman, torturing, killing horses all over the world. Because that ain't the foot they have. Now, this is an adaptation to the environment for survival. That is what that foot is. And all horses will not adapt. Their feet aren't going to be forced into this form. And that causes canker, mechanical laminitis, navicular, which they blame on everything under the sun. But what it really is, which is how they have had a false image inserted into their brain that they see as the truth, and they cannot even see when horses have heels. Wild horses, they look at a wild horse, they can have plenty of heel, except they might say, oh, he's club-footed. You know? Just a minute here. Okay, and so just a minute here, because I know I got the picture of this other horse here somewhere, and you're going to see he ain't got no spring in his step. Let's see. Personal horse. Personal horse. Now I know that if, like I said, if, here, I'm going to put this up there. See the contrast. The contrast, where are we at here? Okay, I think I got that right one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so people look, see, they take these pretty pictures like this, and everybody thinks, oh, look at that. Isn't that great? Look at the concavity, everything like that. But once you know the truth, that this is not the ideal foot that these horses are supposed to have, that they actually, this is a living horse. This is our model Chester that belongs to Sharon Shields Reynolds. Okay, there was a wild horse that belonged to my neighbor. He was wild till he was 2. And then he just happened to have a farrier back there that never trimmed the heels out of him. Okay, so this is the foot he would have had on the inside that well, he's still alive. And this here shows what a sagittal, anyway, cut down the center, what it would have looked like. Look at the frog. Look at the frog. Look at the hairline. Up here. Coronary band would be up here. Up here. Okay, now look at this horse. Bulbs pulled down to the ground. This is what this would do to this foot. Pull the coronary down to the ground. Well, then what's the heel going to do? It's growing forward, but you keep it so short that you don't know it's growing forward. And here's the internal foot, deformed coffin bone. Distorted, deformed coffin bone. Different than this one over here. No frog, bulbs down to the ground. Okay, so that's what they see. They take all these pictures like this, and they don't know that the sole has a convex sole ridge. This lie that has been told for 250 years that the sole is only concave. Okay, why does this horse have only a concave sole? Because his foot is bent. Okay, his bulbs are pulled down to the ground. It's bent his foot like so. Okay, so a horse like this will be in a constant state of inflammation. You know what? I have bad feet, and my feet are in a constant state of inflammation, but I don't limp because I've got plantar fasciitis or whatever you call it. Now look at these 2 feet here. You take this foot here and you force it down like this. You know what happens? It takes the bar and it takes the bar. We were talking to flying buttress. Okay. Takes that buttress Okay, because you got this part of the buttress, but then remember that bar is like a flying buttress, and it attached to the pillar of the heel buttress here. But then the bar, which is like a flying buttress, is then attached into the coffin bone or the back base, not directly into the bone, but you know, butted up against it and attached by tissues. Okay. And so you take this and you pull this down. Guess what it does? It bends the bar up into the foot and it tears it away from where it's attached to the bone. I'll show you this picture of a foot just like that I did that to, trimming the heels out of this horse that then died of colic. I didn't cause colic, vet caused colic, giving him a shot of ivermectin injection. Okay, so then they take a picture like this and they go, oh, look at my beautiful foot. And all people are seeing is a concavity and they don't know what the true anatomy and structure of the foot is. So they're deceived into thinking this is the ideal foot and this is what they're looking to get on their horse. And this is what they work towards, just like just like it said in that deal I just read. So this is still always, always, always going to affect function of the foot, which is going to affect the function of the deep digital flexor tendon and the function of the knees and the function of everything else right on up into the shoulders and all that. So, okay, I'm still looking for this one picture, one very important photo. Photo. Oh, here, I'll show you this while I'm looking for the photo. Do. I love making uh anatomical illustrative memes. Just a minute. Okay, what am I doing? I'm not all with it. I haven't been drinking enough water and I'm about half brain dead. Okay, let's see here. Where is that picture? Oh, here we go. Okay, look at this for a little bit while I'm looking for pictures. So, I'm showing other wild horse hooves over here too. Okay, so showing you the height of the hairline and where the heels end. There we go. Okay, uh, so then I did this meme here, where he's standing going, "You are all wrong." Okay. Oh, here's a quote from David Landerville. Okay. Uh, the heart of hoof development. Okay. Says these men's errors are the main influence in natural hoof care, barefoot trimming, and are based on one dead rear foot with worn down heels. And so, in the heart of hoof development, David Landerville wrote, I read somewhere, I think it was Jamie Jackson, I'm paraphrasing, that wild horses' feet improve over their lifetime. Now, here's what's important. Whether it's true or not has not stopped me from believing it. How could you even say something like that? Wouldn't you want to know if it was true? How could you say, whether it's true or not, has not stopped me from believing it? In Pete Ramey's first book, he said to read Jamie Jackson's book first, and then said to burn the image of the wild hoof in your brain. I took this literally. When I went to the Dr. Boker clinic years ago, the first thing that got my attention was his saying that his learning curve was on the vertical. That's why he calls his page on the vertical, meaning my learning curve is just going nothing but up. Well, I hate to tell you this, but if something's not true, your learning curve needs to go down a step. All right. I can't even begin to tell you how many things I've learned are not true. And I had to take a step back. See, your learning curve should be as you should be as equally able to unlearn and to see mistakes rather than just see. This whole thing is based on one guy deciding that wild horses have no heels and their dorsal wall is steep. One guy doing that and then spreading this to everybody else like an STD, socially transmitted disease. Uh, you know that the word intercourse also means to have conversation, right? And that you can spread bad ideas just like you spread an STD and people pick it up. You know, words are seeds for thoughts and deeds. So now everybody's got this virus in their brain. They've been programmed with the picture of this foot so that they can't see what you see. They can't see it. It'd be right in front of their face and they're not seeing it. Or like if they thought it was a domestic horse, they go, man, that horse's hooves are sure high. His heels are high. We need to trim them down. See? See, you put it into the brains of all your followers, whether it's true or not, and it will not stop them from believing it either. So I'm still looking for this picture of this one horse. Um, you should watch the interviews on YouTube of Jamie Jackson's stories. It's the way he calls it. Well, there's the story of Jamie Jackson at the corral. And there's the story, Jamie Jackson when he came out of the corrals. And there's the story. Here's a good story for you. So Jamie says that the last day he was in wild horse country, that he come up to this mountain of cliffs and all this stuff out there, and a dark shadow came over him and said to him, he's telling the truth here, people. A dark shadow came over him and said to him, get the hell out of here. Your work is done. Your life's about to change. I mean, he's out there alone, you know. His wife wasn't with him. She's probably sick of him being out there with them. You know, get back to shoeing horses and make some money. Yeah, that's what he says. Says, yeah, last day I was in wild horse country, a dark shadow came over me and said to me, your work is done. Get the hell out of here. Your life's about to change. Probably didn't laugh like that, but might as well have. And then he says, and you know what I charged when I came out. See, he saw dollar signs. If I could just trim these horses, not have to do all the work of shoeing, and I could charge more because you know how everybody's in this whole nature thing. Wow. See, he come out of there with an idea that, hey, these wild horses don't have heels. And so, I could probably just trim horses and not have to go to all this trouble of shoeing. And we call it the natural trim, and everybody will buy it. And then I'll write a book. And then he did not write this book for women like us to learn how to trim their own horses. He originally wrote it for farriers, the part on feet, for farriers. In chapter 4, the first edition, 1992, The Natural Horse, Lessons from the Wild for Domestic Horse Care. Now, you got to understand too that this is when natural horsemanship was really coming up, with what was their names? Uh, Name some natural horsemanship founders. Uh, Tom Dorrance. There's another guy too that I met actually years ago. Little guy, can't remember his name. But anyway, these people
Pirelli.
start what?
Pirelli's.
Oh,
Pat Pirelli.
no, it's the guy that taught him.
Oh,
Ray,
so
Ray Hunt.
Tom
Ray,
Dorrance.
Tom Dorrance and Ray
Ray
Hunt.
Hunt.
Yeah, all these people. Okay, it was really starting to move and stuff. So of course now if you could come up with natural horse care, natural hoof care, woo woo, already got an in on the whole nature book thing, right? And so he says in chapter 4, page 67, the natural horse and its hooves, next to another picture of Jim Hanson's. Okay, he says this chapter is devoted to the description of the natural hoof and is intended to guide farriers interested in the natural hoof shape. My observations are based on 107 wild horses I examined at the Litchfield Corrals in Northern California. These horses, according to BLM official wranglers and veterinarians whom I interviewed and worked with for like 5 minutes, are representative of the many thousands of wild horses typically found in the Great Basin area. The horses that I examined at Litchfield had not been in captivity more than a day or two at most when I initiated my work, so their hooves are representative of the type of hoof found on any Great Basin wild horse living under the conditions that were described in chapter 2. Okay, so anyway, I want to read this whole thing again, just see how really truly full of crap he is. Okay, so I'm going to show you a picture of something here. It's pretty funny, actually. Just a second here. Okay. Uh-oh. My phone fell. Seeing the floor. There we go. Okay. Hey, dogs, quick and stuff out of the garbage. There we go. Okay. Ah! Keeps wanting to. Just a second. Trying to adjust this thing. Keeps wanting to fall. Anyway, put something underneath it. Yeah, that ain't working. There we go. Okay, so I want to show you this in his book. This second here. 67, page 67. I want to show you what those feet really look like with the legs on them. The one dead wild horse that became the hoof model for the barefoot movement. There you go. There's the front foot, and there's the rear foot. See, no wonder he cut this part off. No wonder that horse died. I mean, her legs were worn out. Do you think that horse's hooves improved over her lifetime? Well, I'm going to believe it whether it's true or not. See, no, this is probably an old horse. Anyway, those feet, front and hind. See, this is the model for the barefoot movement, people. Right there. How weird is that? So, so he cut them off right there.
Hi, Linda. Can you bring that picture a little closer? A little bit more. There we go. I
How's
can
that?
see it now.
Don't look at my dirty fingernails.
That's me also.
I wouldn't have dirty fingernails if I had a farrier doing my horse. But I was out cleaning his feet. So there you go. That's representative of all wild horses, people. And that's what that's a foot every domestic horse should have. And it's this teaching that's why you and I are here and why we have had so many problems. Not that we couldn't have had problems and didn't have problems with farriers, but he made the farrier industry worse. See, because now you have farriers thinking they're barefoot trimmers and that all they have to do is just whip a Mustang roll on something, and take them heels way down and voila, there we go. And of course, when that don't work, then they can go back to slapping a shoe on them. Okay. Okay. Let us see here. Just a second. Okay. Okay, I'm still looking for that. Oh, here we go. Let's look at this. This is Jan. Gosh dang. Anyway, she's a member of our group. Right now, I'm having a hard time with her last name. But I want to show you the feet on her horse that David trimmed for 7 years. Now, again, I'm telling you that if this guy would have been given the right model, that guy would have figured it out because he's a smart person. Okay, and he's got a lot of drive and everything like that. That though I have been known to criticize David. Maybe he's not my favorite person, but that's because of Jamie Jackson. Okay, that's because I have such a thing on these trims now because I know where they come from. Not his fault. He was deceived by this teaching. If he would have been shown the true foot of the horse, he'd be I'll tell you what, he'd have been a world changer. That guy. A lot of these people, way more talented than me. Okay. Plus, they're so good at marketing, and I'm crap. So, uh, they, all the questions would have been answered. None of us would be here. So many more horses would be alive, and they'd still be making money hand over fist, or not. Maybe not, because once you get these good feet on your horse and once you know it, they're pretty easy to take care of. Yep. Yeah. Would have decimated the farrier industry. And what it would have done was produce a class of people that really knew the true foot of the horse and knew how to maintain it and how to get that. And they could probably charge twice as much because I'd have paid twice as much just to have good feet on my horse. So, okay, so where is my God, I'm lost. Okay. I have lost the thing. Just a minute. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so this is Cloudy. This is a horse that David trimmed for 7 years. And finally, the lady fired him. Now, I want you to see something here because I told you that they've been fed this baloney that these horses don't have enough natural movement, and that's why their trim isn't working. So you got to have a paddock paradise, or you got to have pea gravel, or you got to have something to mimic natural wear. Nature, nature, nature. Okay, so he talked her. You see all this stuff back here? He talked her into, and again, his fault? No. Whose fault? Jamie Jackson. Okay. It is his fault to say something like, whether it's true or not, I'm going to believe it. What does that say? So, And also what happened, see, my horse would get sore, but I didn't just go, oh, well, it's necessary. But that's what pretty much what David has done. Yeah, your horse may be sore for 4 or 5 years, but if you love your horse, you're going to let him go through it so that you can build up that tissue. See? And a lot of horses adapt and seem sound. But it's still not what is anatomically correct and best for the horse. So it says, here's the feet right here that he kept trying to put on this horse. And the horse could only stand camped under. Because when you trim the heels out of these horses, they can't stand up correctly. Let me see. Okay, so here's his feet. See the hairline going down to the ground? The horse wasn't sound. He had her haul in. God knows how. This is in Phoenix. Phoenix or Tucson, one of the places. That's where he lives. So this is all the stuff they hauled in so her horse would be on natural footing. What do you think that cost? Tons and tons and tons of the stuff. She says, my horses were moving more correctly and freely. Oh, wait a minute. What am I? Oh, this is what David said. He said, after I completed my track system and added 3 to 4 inches of sand to the arena, I found that the horses were maintaining the depth of their soles and their structures were getting really well defined and bold. Okay. He says, my horses were moving more correctly and freely on sand. I want that to sink in. What's wrong with that picture? How does that prove that your trim is correct when your horses only move good on sand? One time, my mom gave me this 7-year-old horse off the track there in California when we lived in California, and I pulled his shoes, and this is before I knew really anything about hooves. We always had a farrier do our horses. I pulled his shoes, had his shoes pulled, and he abscessed in all 4 feet. And at the time, I had him in this corral, and I don't remember why, but for some reason, they came in and dumped a like a gravel truck full of sand, kind of right in the middle of this pen. And that horse, he's hobbling around, with all them abscesses. And he's seen that sand. And he went over there and he started jumping and bucking and jumping around in that sand. And he didn't seem to have any problems at all. But as soon as he got out of the sand, he was like, oh, 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 and barely walking. So that is what sand does. Okay. Sand, your horse moving better in sand doesn't mean anything other than why can't your horses move on hard ground? Why? Because they're trimming the heels out of them. They're deforming their feet. That's why. Let's see here. And again, this is an individual who's very talented, very artistic. And so if he would have seen the true form to begin with, he'd have figured it out. So Leslie Emery, all of them, they would have figured it out were it not for the darkness, for that dark shadow, sending Jamie Jackson into the hoof care world. I don't know what the dark shadow was. All I know is he said it spoke to him. And he sure has spread a lot of darkness around. Do I sound like I don't like him? I'm sorry. Don't mean to be biased. So many people, whether it's Pete Ramey or this guy or any of these people, if they just would have been shown the right model, if let's just say just the feet I've shown you so far, okay? And then look at the Greek reliefs, just those feet. If they just would have seen those feet, if something similar or close to that could have been the model, it would have made a whole difference. Eventually, they'd have figured out the anatomy and done all this stuff, and you know. So anyway, just say here. So we could go through in great deal what these trims do to feet, um, and why some horses seem to be sound. Um, so I really wanted to show you this other picture and get your opinion on it. Just a second here. Well, I just can't find it. Um, I'll show you this though while I can find it. Something I did since I got it here. Now I think my dog ate this coffin bone, which really bums me out because I can't find it nowhere. Just a minute. Let's see, share right here. So back when I was trying to figure stuff out, let me see when I take this picture. Okay, well, I know I took it. This says in 20, but I know it was way before that. So anyway, I had this coffin bone. It was taken out of this horse I know had perfect feet before I started trimming him and trimmed the heels out of him. And then he died of, got put down because of colic, you know. So I had his bones out of his foot here. And I was just trying to, at that time, understand how the digital cushion worked. I didn't even really know about hoof binding or nothing like that yet. But I did have this coffin bone and I had this little sponge. I think I still got that sponge somewhere. I think I just saw it. What did I do with it? But I don't got the bone anymore. Oh, I do still have the sponge. There it is. I just don't have the coffin bone anymore. And so I just wanted to try and figure out how does this stuff work? You know, now the one thing I want you to know about this is a rear foot, and that if you're to set this down flat, the coffin bone itself is not flat. And the only way it's going to set flat on a table is if you wore the toe off. So let's see. So I just was trying to figure out how does this all work? And so this foot sets in these feet, these coffin bones set in the feet with all of the tissue attached to them at a positive angle. Now I've got see it's not arched, but it would not have an arch. I've got the picture of that foot with the tissue still on it, and with the tissue still on it, it's flat. You would see the sulcorium, and if you set the foot on the table, it would just be flat. But the coffin bone is set in those tissues at an angle. And so the coffin bone does not set flat. To get it flat, you have to trim the heels out and crush the internal heel up into the foot. So later, after I learned about foot binding, I started to see how when you take this part of the foot and you bind it in and push it in, it's going to push that coffin joint forward, which is going to rotate that toe down like that. And then that's going to wear your toe off. I just wanted to show this because whenever I look for it, I can't find it. And of course, here we see, You can't turn fat into muscle. See why I do stuff like that? Because what they're teaching is that when they're trimming the heels out and the capsule's getting smaller and the cartilages are bulging out the back, you're building the digital cushion. You're building the soft tissues. Well, you cannot build cartilage. You cannot build fat in that foot. You're just compressing it and squeezing it out the back and making it look like it's built. Anyway, I can't seem to find this one picture I really wanted to show you. So let me see here. Well, I can show you this picture because it goes with what I just said. How the foot is flat, but the bone in it sets at an angle. Just a minute here. Okay, so this foot here sets flat, as you see. Okay, but that coffin bone would be in there, and I do believe, no, this isn't the foot that came out. This is a different foot, but still. Let me annotate. Okay, so the coffin bone sets like this. So it's like this. See, at an angle, because the sulcurium, gets thicker as it goes towards the back. It's thinner up here, but it gets thicker back here. See that? Now it isn't a very strong angle. It's just enough to give the horse the traction he needs when the foot sets down. The pressure kind of pushes forward into the toe to make the toe kind of push forward to where it'll kind of dig into the dirt a little bit so that when the foot sets off, he's got traction from the toe. So, but if you trim the heels out, then you crush this and you force that coffin bone to be ground parallel, as they call it. Anyway, I could think of better things to do than to have to go around and research the researcher and find out where he was wrong. Now, again, I believed all this stuff and trimmed to try and get that foot on my horse for 8-9 years. Until one day, in researching every single part of the hoof capsule, I got back here and I went, what's that? What is that? We have been led to trim that out of our horses. That heel buttress right there, see? Yeah, so that changed everything. Okay, well, I think I've done enough for today. Has anybody got anything they want to add? Nay. Okay. Next week, we're going to start out, if you want, we're going to start out with hoof evaluations and do some positive things, okay? So, because I know this stuff is kind of negative, but it's vital to know. If we have the wrong image in our head and we're trimming our horses into something that's harming them, well, we all need to know. Okay. Okay, that's got to be call again. Yeah. I know who that was.
What
That's a
what do
that's a
you
But
That's
what do you think about collagen for
oh,
horses?
collagen. I thought you were talking about the person that was trying to call on my phone back here. I didn't know if anybody could hear that. The phone ringing. Collagen?
We cannot hear the phone ringing, just so you
Oh,
know.
oh, okay. It's driving me nuts. Um,
Yes, collagen for horses.
I don't know. I have a hard enough trying
Because
to figure out stuff for me.
because I know for humans it can help with hair development and
Uh-huh.
increase the bone
Oh,
density.
okay. Okay. Well,
And I
what?
have given it to Red Store a few times when he was dealing with bad arthritis, and it
Oh,
helped him.
okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you kind of do some research on that? And if you want to, next week you could do a little presentation on it if you'd like, what you learned.
Okay,
Okay. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
okay.
Okay. Okay, people. Well, I'm gonna let you go. And thanks for being here today and allowing me to share this wonderful stuff. Okay. All right. Well, so we're gonna say goodbye.
Thank you,
And
Linda.
well,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome. Thank you for being here, everybody.
Thanks again.
You're sure welcome. Okay, now I just gotta figure out how to get out of here. Stop share. And
Thank you, Linda.
oh, you're welcome, dear. Thank you for being here.
Have a great day, hon.
You too.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah.
I think she left. Is it still recording?
Uh